that's fine.
She was a very nice lady that lived next door.
So nice.
That's all she was.
Very tender.
About 75 at the time.
Supple. Me dum-dum. Me trying to follow.
You got lucky.
I think they got lucky.
I'm not seeing it that way.
I think many people thought, not messing with a big one. All right?
There are a lot of weapons that don't care about your size. Got really happy with that one.
I don't know what you're talking about. YouTube does.
Really
YouTube saw it.
It's the Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Cleveland Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
The show is back. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We are Afternoon Drive, and it is absolutely disgusting outside. So you have 5 hours to shut out that crap outside, turn on this show, and drop out. I don't know. There was a saying like very close to that to the 60s, but they smoked a lot of drugs, so who cares about that? We got a huge 5 hour show for you. Only one show in Cleveland could fill 5 hours for you, baby. And that open courtesy of Mac Robinson on the board. Yes. We've got Jake Murrin, man, in the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. If you'd like to watch a fat man rant, 92.3 The Fan's YouTube channel. And then JP just wondering if I'm mad at him. Oh, yes. Jake's also producing. We've got Matt Corelli, the big cheese on 2020s today. Just doing all those supple, succulent things on those 2020s with the latest breaking news. Hi, JP. How you doing?
Hello. I did the candy walk of shame today. Had to go and buy all the candy that I had for Halloween set for tomorrow to hand out to the kids because I ate all the candy that I initially bought.
I don't think that's the walk of shame. I think that's the walk of excellence.
Is that, yeah. I don't know. I'm not looking at it as the walk of excellence.
I've been nursing the same gigantic $8 bag of Hershey's and gigantic $8 bag of Reese's Cups that I had held in Vanessa's car just in case we got trick-or-treaters tomorrow. And they are both half gone.
We bought an embarrassing amount of candy. Now, an amount I don't even want to admit to. Amount of candy.
There is no embarrassing amount just between friends.
That is now gone. And now to replace it, I had to buy another embarrassingly large number of candy. And we don't feel like your pitiful $8 bag of Reese's. It just pales in comparison.
All right, I'm gonna have to know now.
Initially,
yeah,
about $35 worth of candy.
Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad.
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
2 weeks, yeah. We don't feel good about that.
Were they all snack size?
We don't feel, yes.
That's how they get you.
Well, I know, because you can grab like 5 at a time and not even worry about it.
This doesn't equal one candy bar. It does, by the way. It sure does.
Why do they don't give nearly as many pieces in these things as they used to, I feel like. Big candy has definitely shrunk.
It's the same thing with your bag of potato chips, that it costs more, and now there's like 30% of air in those bags. That's the bamboozle. That's the whole shebang right there.
Yeah, and so then we had to resupply, and it got a little embarrassing for us, Nick. Yes, it did.
It's only embarrassing if people know, which now that you've told people know. But until then, people did not know.
Just a poor display, just a poor effort from me over here. At least told me, she's like, don't buy it too early. You're going to eat it all if you buy too early. And what did I do? I ate it all.
Yeah, you did.
We ate it all.
Left nothing
behind. Left nothing behind. Just a disgusting display by myself.
I'm proud of you.
Just a disgusting. Yeah. I'm just a disgusting human.
You can walk it off, okay?
It's going to take me. I'm going to have to walk across the country. I'm going to have to turn into Forrest Gump all of a sudden.
The good thing about treadmills, you walk across the country in one place. You can just get the miles in, and then you never really move anywhere. So, we do have a Shedeur conversation to get to at the start of the show. If you guys have not heard, there is a Miles report out there we'll get to later in the show. I would like to, because you and I, this is adjacent to the Shedeur conversation. Yeah. And it's less about what Shedeur said, which we're going to play here in a few minutes, and it's more about the heightened pitch of the Shedeur conversation. Again, I tend to be a little bit removed, meaning I tend to kind of watch things. I'm an observer, right? And I remember thinking like 4 weeks ago, man, just the heightened conversation around the Shedeur Sanders conversation it's untenable. It cannot grow from here. And I was waiting for it to kind of taper off or go into a different direction as Dylan played. And then Dylan Gabriel played just absolutely embarrassing in 2 of the 4 performances, and it has only grown. And I think it's only going to grow from here unless Dylan comes out and has a 300-yard performance. 4 weeks ago, I thought it was untenable. I thought it was adults showing their ass on both sides in public, And yet 4 weeks later, somehow both sides, I think, have outdone themselves in I think we're now to the new fevered pitch.
I don't know. I feel like it had been relatively calm up until Dillon Gabriel absolutely stunk this last weekend. I do feel like, and I'll give the Shedeur side, I'll give them a lot of credit in this, even though nobody on the Shedeur side thought that Dillon Gabriel was a better quarterback. It did feel like the Shedeur side was giving Dillon a chance to say, okay, I'll make it where Shedeur doesn't even get a chance. And to be fair, Dillon had that opportunity. Like, he did. Like, that was the world was in front of him that way. Like, he could, if he was just great at his job, it would no longer be a discussion, but he's not good at his job.
I just think, so I can only go by, off our mentions on social media to the videos we put out there. I think about 2 weeks ago, it was a little slower, but I mean, where we are right now, I mean, it's no longer about Shedeur, right? It's about what Shedeur stands for people. And I think there are people who have part of their identity wrapped up into Shedeur for the better, that think that this kid's going to be a very great quarterback and they want to see him shine through in excellence. Mm-hmm. Then understand that. It is the ultimate fandom to be a fan of a player in that way. And the opposition is going harder in the paint because the Shedeur supporters are going harder in the paint.
Well,
and it's like, I don't think this is about Shedeur anymore, guys. I think this is it's about whatever you guys are working through.
And maybe that might be part of it. Maybe both sides have to work through some things. But think about it. Like, if you had a theory, you just tinfoil hat, put the conspiracy theory hat on, go do whatever you need to do. And part of the layer of that theory was the idea that we'll just flat out and go down this road, that Dillon Gabriel can't play football, but Shedeur Sanders can. And the first part of that theory has become true. Well, what's it going to do? It's not going to slow me down in that theory. Like, if I believed that the moon landing was fake, never happened, didn't exist, the whole thing was staged, and then all of a sudden NASA uncovers a whole room of what looks like could be a moon, is that going to take me further away from believing that the whole thing is staged, or is that going to go ahead and make me drive closer to what I believe? And I'm not saying I believe in the moon landing being fake.
All right, you still look at my face. I didn't know.
I don't. No.
We're like a hop, skip, and a jump away from flat earther.
I'm trying to use an example. I was going to go flat earther to begin with, and I was like, we don't even need to go down that road.
Let's leave Kyrie alone.
But you can believe in whatever you want to believe. If the first part of that conspiracy theory then it seems to be true, it's only going to make you ramp up your beliefs in what you initially held to be true as well. And then the first part of this is that in no way is Dillon Gabriel better than Shedeur. That's the first part. And that first part is clearly true right now.
But I think both sides are operating on some level of a kernel of truth, right? Like, you and I both think, Shedeur's the more talented quarterback than Dillon, right? But neither of us is taking it to the level that it is. And conversely, by the way, the folks who do not like Shedeur, or who think Shedeur, that this is all much ado about nothing, their kernel of truth is he fell to the fifth round for a reason. Now, we can get to what that reason is, but I think what's wild about it is nobody is acknowledging either people's kernel of truth. It's a yes or no proposition for Shedeur supporters or Shedeur haters. And I'll be honest with you, there have been so many things that have just been fascinating to watch in real time play out. And not just in sports, but just watch it unfurl and go, wow, we have lost the plot to some degree, or to a great degree. And the Shedeur thing is I'll be honest with you. I heard Lima today, and I'm like, oh, you're just digging in because Deion Sanders Jr. made you feel bad, or made you feel some sort of way with what he said the other day, right? And by the way, it's totally understandable. If you've had, for 1/2 a second, if you've had social media come after you for anything, it's unmerciful. It is once somebody in social media has said something and people have clung to it, that's what you are to those folks until they have some sort of incredible information. I get it, but it's just I don't think we're any farther along in the Shedeur conversation. If we look at how I think Shedeur has changed himself in the eyes of the Cleveland Browns versus how the conversation has moved with Shedeur, one I think has gone at a snail's pace, and I think the other one is traveling at the speed of light and sound.
Yeah, and that might be the end result of all this, is that the Browns just don't feel like Shedeur has evolved enough, Shedeur has gotten his act together enough, whatever you want to say. But it doesn't help alleviate the idea that people that believe in Shedeur, like myself, are like, all right, Well, I don't think the Browns know what they're doing anyway. Like no part of this has stamped down the belief that the Browns have had the right idea about Shedeur Sanders the entire time in their evaluation. Mm-hmm. No part of this has. When they continued to give Dillon Gabriel first team reps and continue to say that Dillon Gabriel's the answer, and then Dillon Gabriel clearly not the answer, like the belief that they know what they're doing is just, it's zapped, it's gone, and so that makes it really hard.
Yeah, and I think that is actually an interesting gulf for me. Is there was a time where I think people in general were like, oh, they got a plan, right? They got a plan. They got 4 quarterbacks. They're going to figure it out. And then systematically, and it's not all the Browns' fault, even though the Browns don't help themselves with their public messaging or the way they've decided to engage with the Shedeur supporters or the Shedeur haters with the reports that they put out there through various reporters. But like, it is interesting to be like, at no point, the one commonality of everyone is none of us think the Browns actually have a plan. None of us think the Browns know what they're actually doing.
Whereas in the beginning portion of this, that wasn't the understood notion. In the beginning portion of this, if I told you, I just think the Browns are wrong, the response back was, well, Kevin Stefanski knows more than you.
Yeah. Quarterback whisperer.
Yeah, Andrew Berry.
He whispers at quarterbacks.
These guys know what they're doing. They've been, it's 2-time coach of the year right there. Andrew Berry is very respected in his position. Who are you to tell him that you think Shedeur Sanders is better than Dillon Gabriel? And now that like retort, that response back has just been completely just zapped.
And now the people who were defending Barry and Stifansky in the preseason or in camp are now saying meaner things about both men than you and I have ever said.
Well, this is what happens when you go to bat for a guy and then the guy ends up failing. That's what happens.
I know we're swimming in treacherous waters here because if you say the P word, not that P word, if you say politics on air, every program in America, their sphincter tightens and every person starts to rabble. All right, but in the last 10 years, I have watched the entire political conversation move around me. I don't think I've really changed that much. I think maybe I've softened in some ways, but I don't think I've really changed that much. But I've watched it move, and it's moved about 7 times in a way that can make you dizzy. The Shedeur conversation's the exact same thing. I feel like the Shedeur conversation, it's not just that.
You're like the Copernicus of Shedeur conversations?
I think you and I both are. I think you and I have remained relatively unchanged with that. And in fairness, I think most people at the station have. But I think other folks on the station have given more have fallen prey to a heightened conversation, which then in and of itself snowballs and heightens itself.
Well, I've told you this from the start. The hard part for myself, if somebody wants me to move off of Shedeur or do something different in this conversation, we haven't seen the guy play. Mm-hmm. I've not seen him play any football that matters and of consequence since the last time I watched him play in college, where I believed he was going to be a really good player. You know how fraudulent that would be to come out and then be like, oh, I think he's going to suck now? What? Based off of what?
Well, you went back and rewatched the Colorado tape.
Yeah, what happened? Did I find new tape? Are we discovering new games that I'm not aware of? And that's the part of this conversation that really just kind of is just very interesting to me, is the amount of people that they flip-flop from spot to spot to spot, and it's based off of what? What are you basing it off of? He hasn't played any games.
Also, I think it also proves that I just think how much social media has impacted sports talk in a way that we're all so, and this is not specific to anyone, but it is, I know you read, and I know you take in a lot of sports talk. Mm-hmm. I take in a lot of sports talk. The amount of thought that is just dictated by someone was mean to me on social media, or somebody said something that I in my heart know to not be true, but it happened, so I now have to change my stance on it. All that is, maybe this is a better way to put it. 99% of the social media conversation about Shedeur and a fair amount of sports media conversation about Shedeur is just emotion. Logic and, kind of, I don't want to say narratives, but thinking this out and thinking this through about how the NFL works and how what the situation the Browns have put both these kids in. They're out the window. For 99% of people, it just can't be done because it's a whole conspiracy. It's the tinfoil hat thing. And again, I'm not judging anyone because everyone is susceptible to this crap in 2025. But holy cow, is it a lot?
Yeah.
I mean, it is it is as the kids say, because I'm familiar with modern terminology. It's extra.
Unfortunately, we have to use your own words against you there. Do your job. That's the job. The job we signed up for is when there's a Browns quarterback of interest, we talk about him. We have discussions about him, and that's the reality.
216-474-0092. Quick hits coming up at 2:40. We've got Nick Shook, the Shookie Monster, NFL Network.
Does he like that term?
No idea. But I'm going to say he does. I'm going to say he loves it. The NFL Daily Podcast is well coming up at 3 o'clock, Cleveland Zone, because we love Cleveland Zones. We've got, I don't know what the hell that was, Pete Futek, college football news, talking the LSU job. One college coach in the running for Penn State just got a nice raise. It's nice to be wanted, or it's nice to use a job as leverage to get more money, because, those guys don't make enough money. We've got cash. Love it!
Hate it!
Coming up at 6:30. As always, a loaded show, but you guys can join in 216-474-0092. At Nick Wilson says, at J. Peterlin on social media reactions on X, powered by Shivan Jewelers. And you guys can, Cleveland's premier jewelry store, you guys can follow along the show all show long on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel. We want to hear from you. One national analyst says Kevin Stifansky doesn't trust Shedeur Sanders. We'll get to that in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
today? Well, get over to the 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got quick hits coming up in about 20 minutes, but we are talking about the heightened nature of the Shedeur conversation, and when it actually comes to the Shedeur conversation itself and not just a bunch of people screaming at each other on social media, we do have to get to this take by Nick Costos, who was on with the Midday Boys and Tom Withers earlier today, talking about Kevin Stefanski and trust or lack of trust with Shedeur Sanders.
Browns' last preseason game. They're playing the Rams, and they're playing backups. And Shedeur, I think, took like 9 sacks in the game and attempted 9 passes in a preseason game. That's the reason he's not playing, is because I don't think Kevin Stefanski believes he can run the offense. I think an interesting betting market would be who will start more games this year for the Browns moving forward, Bailey Zappi or Shedeur Sanders.
All right, he said Shedeur.
He says it
weird
funny.
there.
Yeah, he does say it funny.
Nick's such a talented guy. We'll give him the old Peterlin pass, but I'm not going to love it.
That might be
The Peterlin pass.
I'm going to put that one on the accent.
Oh, really? What accent does he have? I can't. Is it
New Yorker?
He is.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I don't know. It's just he talks so fast. I can't really.
That's part of the New York accent.
I'm just like, all right. He's just talking fast. I will tell you, every time somebody brings up the Rams game when knocking Shedeur, it just feels like, and I'm not saying Nick is doing this because I think Nick is. I'm sure that in some part of Kevin Stefanski's brain, the Rams game is a factor of his lack of trust. That, and he doesn't say Spider 2, Y banana, chicken pox, butt nugget 32, right? Quick enough. That's an awful play call, by the way.
I thought butt nugget really took it home.
You could have just called it an end around. However, I do think it's part of the calculus. But when I hear it within an argument against Shedeur, it feels like the laziest response that I've ever heard because the kid was better in the game previously. As a matter of fact, in both games previously, he only played in 2 games. But in the Panthers game, he was really good, and he was the better quarterback in practice, whereas nobody is mentioning how bad Dylan Gabriel looked in training camp and the preseason until the Rams game when factoring in their assessment of Dylan Gabriel.
There's always been something wrong with that. For me, it's more the idea that everything had already been settled by the time that Shedeur even got a chance to play in that final preseason game.
Yeah.
And so I said it at the time, because the moment that Shedeur went to that high school football game on the night prior, it was like, all right, he's in a different world right now. Like he's demoralized because I think he thought he was going to go in there, play like he did in the Carolina game, and be able to win some favor. But I thought he just got broke down to the idea that there was nothing he could do that was going to sway Stefanski. Every time he did something positive, down from the training camp and how he actually performed and what was charted relative to the game itself, it was like he just got knocked down a peg every single time.
There's a part of me that says, and by the way, I believe what Nick believes. I believe that Stefanski just does not trust Shedeur to run his offense. And you can take this one of 2 ways. But I think it goes back to the idea, one of my criticisms of Kevin is being all too precious with his offense. He was all too precious with his offense with Deshaun Watson, and it took him 2 years to realize Deshaun didn't like to do any of the stuff in his offense, didn't know how to do it, and didn't want to do it.
Yeah.
And that's a long time to waste on, but it's my offense. Even something like the nomenclature you use when it comes to play calling. It's like if there's 3% of quarterbacks that can get it, then change what you call crap, because you can call it peanut butter. And if guys associate it with what they're supposed to do, they're going to get the damn job done.
Yeah, they've been changing that all across the NFL. We've talked about that, how a lot of the coordinators across the NFL have made it about as simple, as easy, and as easy as you possibly can. Like, they're going down to 3rd grade level stuff for some of these quarterbacks in order just to make it stick.
Well, but imagine, if Shedeur was having problems remembering the plays, okay, that's a legitimate problem. But if he's just struggling to remember what the name of the play is. I no longer know what we're doing.
Well,
here.
but think about it.
Like that feels like the dumbest hill to possibly die on. I'm not saying that is, but if that's one of the ways you can take he doesn't trust Shedeur to run this offense.
Well, no, but one of the faulty parts of their argument has always been from the day he entered is that he was behind, right? They didn't think that he could evaluate the field and his processing was good enough. Meanwhile, they evaluated Dillon Gabriel and his processing, and let's see how that works. The supercomputer looks like it's on delay right now. It looks like it's got a bug in the computer, but that was the one that they evaluated, and they found out like, oh, this guy can do it. He can see all the whole field, but Shedeur can't. Like, you see how faulty that is?
Yes.
It just doesn't make sense. 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 here, and it never has in any part of this conversation.
Yeah, and I think that's where the Browns get so much crap, and where the Browns have, again, it was for their own agenda. It was to try and position these guys in a way that aligned with what Kevin felt, where maybe the front office felt, so that they could deploy this in the way they wanted to. Which again speaks to the fact that the quarterback competition on every level was just the most insincere thing, which matters. Like, I think that's so funny. Like, people are like, well, of course, they had a 4-man quarterback derby. Of course, everybody, this whole thing didn't work out. It's like, no. Like, how you do things, the process, right? This is team process.
Mm-hmm. They love their process.
The process mattered on this. And it's clear you rigged the starting spot for Kenny Pickett. When that blew up in your face, you very clearly pivoted to, let's get Dillon ready as soon as we possibly can. That has blown up in your face tremendously on multiple fronts. Mm-hmm. And I absolutely buy into the idea that Joe Flacco was traded in part so that Kevin Stefanski couldn't go back to Joe Flacco, that he'd have to go to mysterious quarterback number 3, whoever that might be, which, depending on who you talk to, is a different quarterback every damn day. But, like, it's just so funny to watch this play out and go, like, oh, this didn't have to be built on the shakiest foundation. The premise is shaky, but the process could have led you to a proper result, except you were stuck on the predetermined outcomes on all fronts.
But they don't have to end up botching this in the extreme way that it looks like they currently are. Like, you can fix this, you can remedy this. It just, you have to be willing to either wave the white flag on Dillon Gabriel at some point, or when you move off of Dillon Gabriel, actually give the ball to Shedeur. And that's where Costos is like, wait a second, I don't think that's going to happen. And that's where I think Shedeur fans are really going to lose it. If they let Bailey Zappi start before Shedeur does, I think a lot of fans are going to get really irate. If they do what Ashley said and sign a veteran quarterback to bring in here, because that is a 2-6 football team, they think they have a chance, I think you're going to have a lot of upset Shedeur fans.
I mean, I think anything other than just going to Shedeur is an absolute waste of time.
For sure it is. Bailey Zappi's a waste of time. For sure it is.
By the way, I don't think
a veteran quarterback's a waste of time.
I don't think playing Dillon, if you believe him, is a waste of time. I don't believe in him. So it wastes my time because I'm counting the days until I watch somebody more interesting than him play. Mm-hmm. But if you believe in Dillon, and this is where Kevin's sticking to his principle, I understand in year 6 of being told how things are going to go, or going along, being a get-along guy for everybody. I understand I'm going to stick this thing in the middle of the field, and if I'm going down, I'm going down with Dillon Gabriel. I absolutely understand it. I think it's a one-way trip to getting the hell out of Cleveland town, but I understand it. But it just continues to go to, if you go, like, it's not that it's even insulting to Shedeur. Like, every little bit of setback that you get is a way, I don't want to say it paves for comebacks.
Setbacks pave the way for?
Bigger setbacks.
There we go.
The Kevin Stefanski
the one speech that people latch on to.
Because that's the one speech he gave.
Well, because he's clearly Tony Robbins.
Yeah.
I mean, he might as well be.
Does he have gigantic hands, too? That guy's got some mitts on him. However,
he's a big human.
I understand it. But I think at the same point, like, I wonder if there's a stubbornness from the Browns. Like I mentioned in the first segment, that there are people who are no longer really having anything against Shedeur. It's they have something against how they're being treated by Shedeur supporters and how they're being addressed and how it doesn't feel like you can have a genuine conversation about Shedeur, which is understandable. It's human nature. I wonder if part of this stubbornness from the Browns, if they go anywhere but to Shedeur from Dillon, if you go to Bailey Zappi or Deshaun, or you bring in another veteran quarterback, which you mentioned, Ashley Bassnick, part of me is just like, are you just doing this to spite people? Because again, I don't think it would be to
kind of
spite
feels that way.
Shedeur.
No, but it kind of feels that way. It does. In many ways, it does. It kind of feels like there is some sort of spite that is happening if you don't go to Shedeur next. Because Shedeur, any sensible coach would look at Shedeur and say, that's my lottery ticket. That's my chance to save my job. Bailey Zappi's not saving your job. You'd look at Shedeur and say, this is the opportunity.
I like the way you said that with some English, like Bailey Zappi. You're almost a little Stephen A. Like Bailey Zappi's not saving your job. I liked it.
It was not. Wait, was it English or was it Stephen A?
A little bit of both.
An English version of Stephen A.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Every now and again.
We're in this weird gray area where, like, if you told me Shedeur would play at like after halftime on Sunday if the Browns got behind,
yeah,
I don't think I could say like I'd be surprised. At the same point, if you told me that
like he just never plays.
He's playing
this season.
At some point, he's playing this year.
Okay,
maybe it's for a quarter, maybe it's for a game.
Well, because all the people that are convinced that he's so far behind and the Browns don't actually believe in him in any sort of way, like that's got to be on the card for those people, is it not?
I think it is for those people, but here's the problem: the Browns have already started to change their narrative on Shedeur, which, as you pointed out, means they're much closer to playing him than not. But if you said...
Or just wait until they turn on Dylan Gabriel. Wait, I can't wait for that to start to happen.
But if you said, hey, he plays it after halftime on Sunday, I'd be like, okay, I can kind of see that. If you also said he doesn't play till week 15, I also can see that. Because I don't think this is no longer a authentic or genuine quarterback situation. There are so many different things going on in it, and I think there are so many different biases, and I don't think I want the best thing for the Browns to come out of this quarterback spot this year. I don't know that everybody might feel that way, but everybody's definition of what the best thing for the Browns quarterback situation is in that very own building seems to not be the same thing.
What do you mean by that?
Meaning, like, if you went to 5 people in that building and you said, what's the best thing for the Browns quarterback situation the remainder of the way? I guarantee you will get 5 different answers.
Isn't the best thing just to find your franchise quarterback and then be off to the races?
Oh, yeah, that would be. But even that, again, the definition of what the franchise quarterback is, I don't think they can define that. Or can agree whether it's Dylan or Shedeur or Deshaun Watson. Like, Albert Breer has been insistent. Deshaun's the most talented quarterback in the Browns quarterback room. I guarantee you, if you ask them, there's going to be at least one person saying yes. I guarantee you there's at least one person saying Shedeur. There's at least one person saying Dylan. Maybe this is why
we always end up in a situation where it feels like the Browns don't know what they're doing. There are too many cooks in the kitchen. We have too many people with too many different thoughts and too many different opinions, and ultimately it just ends up looking like there's no continuity, and they just end up looking like idiots at the end of the day.
Neil on the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel saying, part of the Super Chat, saying Browns have a mathematical chance to be in the playoffs. The offense needs a spark.
I think it was 0.3% is what the because now the NFL does playoff odds the way that baseball does. Like,
so you're saying there's a chance?
I think it was 0.3% is what I saw. So is that the mathematical chance that you're looking for?
I'm seeing a chance.
Is that what that is?
I'm seeing a chance. 216-474-0092. Does Stifansky not trust Shedeur to run the offense more from you guys? And you can cross 2 big targets to fix the Browns offense off your list. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey guys, Nick Wilson here.
Get over to 923thefan.com or favorite The Fan on the Odyssey app for all of today's headline segments. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Matt Corrali.
The Browns head into the bye week and all eyes are on Berea. Will changes be made soon? When will Shedeur Sanders get his shot? Whenever you need to talk about the Browns, we got you covered. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
You can listen to The Fan anytime, anywhere on the free Odyssey app or by telling your smart speaker to play 92.3 The Fan. And now you can find The Fan on YouTube, including The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima, 6 to 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and myself, Jonathan Peterlin, 2 to 7 live each and every weekday on The Fan's YouTube channel. Subscribe to our channel for free to watch all the best content from your favorite shows in The Fan live and on demand now.
Speaking of the YouTube channel, not a fan of the music, the waiting music on the YouTube stream.
What is it? In my mind, I'm thinking it's like almost like the Jeopardy music.
Oh no! It's definitely up tempo rock, but I think it's. I believe I'm correct in saying it's different each time. It's just a very similar theme. But
so it's just generic.
Yeah, it's generic. Yeah.
I'm sorry,
royalty-free music.
Yeah, YouTube. You guys know how this works. If we play, we can't play Dua Lipa for you. I'm sorry, it doesn't work that way.
Well, not yet.
They'll cancel the YouTube.
If you know what? If you bring all your friends to the 92.3 The Fan YouTube channel when Nick and Jonathan are on, bleep them other shows. We'll see. Maybe we'll get Dua Lipa live in studio to do a little music.
I don't think we can afford her, man. You know
what if we just appeal to her good nature?
I don't even know that she's that good of a person. I have no idea.
I'm hoping.
She seems nice, but I really don't know. But we can appeal to a lot of people's good nature. It's not going to help us that much.
I know that social media is very thirsty for her. So yeah. I do think Dua Lipa, or as I almost called her, Lua Deepa, definitely that almost happened.
I like the idea of it being like Jake's chance to be a DJ back there.
All right, guys. Now bringing you some. I don't know who the hell Peter Schaefer is, but he is on right now.
Yeah, it's DJ Jake Murray, and then all of a sudden he just plays his favorite hits and his greatest stuff, and then it's a show within a show is what it is. That's how you know you hit it big. Yep. Is when you can have a show within the show, where then the commercial breaks on YouTube just turn into somebody else being a DJ. All of a sudden, it's like a rave. It's like Bill and Alyssa, and all of a sudden they just in pops them, and then they just do their morning show, and it just happens in between our breaks as well.
Now we might have to push quick hits into the 3 o'clock hour because many of people are reacting to our conversation on Shedeur, and Nick Costos espouses that, I hope that's okay for the morning show, espouses that Kevin Stifansky doesn't trust Shedeur to run his offense, which I think is pretty fair with all the things that we've heard, but Billy in Wayne County does not like that. Billy, give us some truth, friend.
All right, fellas, this isn't really rocket science. I'm going to put this little assumption to bed, okay? So, for instance, all right, we had Pickett, right?
Yep.
So we got rid of him because apparently Shedeur, so we got rid of Pickett.
This might be rocket science.
Was the one that can run the offense, right? So we get rid of him. So we keep Shedeur because he's the one that can't run the offense. So then who's coming up next? It's Flacco. Okay, Flacco can run the offense, so we're going to get rid of him, and we're going to keep the guy who doesn't know how to run the offense. So now we're stuck with Gabriel. Okay, so he can go ahead and run the offense, and we're still going to keep a guy that apparently can't run the offense on the roster, and that's Shedeur. So we got to put this to bed. That don't make no damn sense whatsoever. We get rid of all these quarterbacks, and we're going to keep the one guy that can't run the offense on the roster. Now, does that make any sense to anybody on this planet? Hell no, it doesn't. All right? There's got to be a reason why we're keeping this guy on the roster, because we could have moved him a long time ago.
Shedeur?
Either he's going to be the ace for this new stadium that's going to be get planted up here in the next couple of years. We're going to plug him in, because who would you rather play?
You're going to freeze him like he's Ted Williams' head? Like, what are you going to do? You're just going to not have him play?
It froze the rest of him, too.
If you had a brand new stadium ready to get open, right, and you're the owner, you want to sell tickets, you want to entertain this stuff, who would you rather plug in, Gabriel or Shedeur?
Shedeur.
That's right, exactly. So this whole nonsense about, Stefanski not want to play him because he doesn't know how to run the offense. Why in the hell is he still on the damn roster?
All right, Billy, we appreciate you. I don't know we got anywhere there.
I think it was a defense of Shedeur. I don't know that Shedeur supporters wanted as the defense, but I think it was a defense of Shedeur.
Yeah, I think.
But it was odd. Like you're just gonna not play Shedeur until the new stadium exists.
Should we just move on? Because I feel like if we start,
it was a bad call, but I don't know if that means we need to move on.
Do you have a retort? I don't think I can. I think I'm going to go in the weeds, and it's just going to make me cross-eyed and probably a little grumpy.
Oh, that's fine. I think you might move on from like the whole Shedeur topic in general.
That'd be weird.
I was like, we still got like 7 minutes.
One bad call. We're never talking Shedeur again.
Not that way, but I did think you were like, all right, we're done for the day. We're close up shop. Like, we'll treat this like the 7-Eleven when they say they're open 24 hours, but some locations aren't. We'll just put a close sign up and just call it a day.
216-474.
We did our best today with the Shedeur convo. We'll try again tomorrow.
0092. I think Billy was probably a little too far in the weeds on this one. I think it's as simple as Stifansky doesn't trust Shedeur. And whether he doesn't trust the stuff that he saw in the pre-draft process, or whether it's he doesn't trust him to relay the play call right, or that he doesn't trust him to know the offense, that doesn't mean, by the way, that Kevin Stefanski's right. If anything, what I worry about most here is that Kevin Stefanski had a pre-draft opinion of Shedeur Sanders, and he's never come off that. And that concerns me because that's the kind of stuff, and it happens a lot in the NFL, more than people realize. That's how guys end up flaming out somewhere and then going somewhere else and doing very well. This is not a one-for-one because one guy was the first pick and the other guy was the 155th pick. That's what happened with Baker. Andrew Berry had a read on Baker, and he never got over that.
Yeah, and at this point, I don't trust Stefanski's eyes when it comes to quarterbacks. I just don't, and I don't know anybody that can tell me that they do with a straight face. And
I think it was Ross Tucker yesterday. I think he told you definitively.
Might be the only one, and we saw how that went down with Ross, did we not?
Well, he got that Shahive on his bad side there.
Well, Ross has disliked Shedeur ever since Shedeur didn't give him a radio interview when he did the Colorado game.
Ooh.
I mean, I like Ross, but Ross came on these airwaves and told us we didn't do the interview at the Colorado game, and then from that point forward, I haven't heard Ross Tucker say a nice thing about Shedeur. I don't know. You tell me.
Let's go with Sebastian in Arkansas. I think we should call it Arkansas. That sounds cooler than Arkansas.
I like Arkansas. Yeah, that's fun.
Welcome, Sebastian.
Hey, Sebastian.
Hey, how y'all fellas doing?
We're doing all right, buddy. Thank you. Welcome to the show.
Man, I got a couple good questions. Number one, this is the number one question. How is it that you draft this young man? He doesn't get in any game that's of some significance, but yet and still he's not ready. How do you get ready? The only way you get ready is you play him. Now, he hasn't touched the field in a regular game with the first team offense, none. Now, if Gabriel goes down and he hasn't practiced, from my understanding, he hasn't practiced none with the first team offense, what are you setting him up for?
Failure.
I can think of as failure.
Yeah. Right
now,
there.
How about the two gentlemen that's in control of this? Now, I'm going way back. See, the Browns has had plenty of opportunity to get top-notch players. Plenty of opportunity. The year that we got Denzel Ward and them, plenty of opportunity. This year, we could have had Scatterboo. We could have had Shedeur and the other kid from that was with him in Colorado. We could have had both of those kids. So it starts in the front office. Barry's horrible, and so is Stefanski. Both of those two need to go.
All right, Sebastian, we appreciate you. So here's the thing it is something that I think is a flaw in the Browns' defense of Shedeur's not ready, which is you can't never give the kid first-team reps and see what he has with the first team and basically give all of those things to Dylan, who's not ready. And then for me to be like, well, okay, your analysis here isn't astute. And oh, by the way, how can Shedeur be ready if he's not getting even 5% of the first team reps?
Well, and on top of it, how can you even grade him when during practices he's just off thrown to the scout team? It's all he's been doing. And now it's elevated since he got the backup role with Dylan Gabriel. He gets to just sit there and basically watch as Dylan takes all the reps. But up until that point, he was just throwing on a whole different field away from Stefanski. Now, Ross had mentioned on one of the broadcasts that they'd been spending time after practice. So what does he get, like 5 minutes every single practice after practice to then show Stefanski if he's learned it or not?
About 4.5 minutes, and then there's another 30, like probably 30 to 60 seconds where they hand an ice cream cone and a little hair tussle.
The hair tussle might be a little much, but I like the ice cream cone idea.
Well, I was just saying it's a little infantilizing to say he's getting a chance when it's
Capri Suns.
When it's like, but they've got after practice, like the not part of practice, the unofficial practice. That's where they're really getting them ready. I'm like, okay.
It's funny. My post sports snack, like the parents would always bring, was always either fruit snacks or orange slices. We never got anything as good as ice cream cones.
Yeah, we got in-game Twizzlers,
In-game
which
Twizzlers.
now you know why I'm pre-diabetic. Yeah.
Nothing like offsetting that cardio that we're getting with some in-game Twizzler.
They're like that and sunflower seeds, which is, if you've ever had both of those things in your gums at the same time, I wouldn't do it.
Oh, there was a time in life we'd have sunflower seeds, Big League Chew, and then when we got old enough, we'd even throw dip in there. We'd go for the big three. Call that one the triple dipper.
Real quick, and that's also a different thing. It's on Urban Dictionary.
Is that what is it? What'd you call it? The turkey twist? The Turkish twist?
The Turkish twist. Got to pay extra for that one. Let's go with Scott on the road. Welcome to the show, Scott on the road. We got about 45 seconds, buddy.
All right, real quick. I agree with you. I think Stefanski never liked Shedeur, and that was evident in the video. They tried to, say, "Oh, it's no big deal." He wanted him here when he didn't even clap when they drafted him. The other thing is, the Browns became the Titanic when Callahan left. When he left, the offensive line went downhill, and so did the offense, and the team went down the drain, if you think about it. So when Stefanski won those Coach of the Year awards, that's fine. It should have been the coaching staff of the year, not necessarily the coach of the year. That's evident now. I'll sit back and listen to you guys.
All right, Scott. So I do think the offensive line coach is just about the most important thing that you have to get right.
Yeah.
And I never bought he wants to go coach with his boy. I always thought he was pissed that the Browns fired Alex Van Pelt. And I think there were conversations after that had nothing to do with Brian Callahan getting the Tennessee job. I think that situation was presented as the easiest solution. I think it was more complicated than that. I do think that's part of why it's fallen apart, but I think mostly the offensive line's fallen apart because they've neglected drafting and developing good enough players.
And they spent a lot of resources on guys that continue to get injured constantly. Conklin's been injured since he's gotten into a Browns uniform. That's the reality of it.
216-474-0092. Does Stefanski not trust Shedeur to run the offense? We're going to run that by Nick Shook of NFL Network and the NFL Daily Podcast, and we'll also get his take on a reported Godfather offer for one Myles Garrett and whether the Browns should do it. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Autos Sports Minute. The NFL MVP has become almost exclusively about quarterbacks, but there's been a recent groundswell to think differently. Running back Jonathan Taylor is averaging 5.9 yards per carry and has led the Colts to the best record in the NFL. He's not alone in Indy.
92.3 The Fan from the University Hospital Sports Desk. I'm Meredith Kane.
A local restaurant makes it right for Sarah Ono.
You complain enough, you finally might get what you want. And we go over the best college football quarterbacks in our lifetime that you would want to win a natty.
It's the emerging podcast scene presented by Extend Technologies on 92.3 The Fan Extra on the free Odyssey app.
It's a 3 o'clock hour
I'm not wavering. I might be wavering.
on Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. We've got the quarterback Deadpool coming up at 3:40. We've got Pete Futek at 4:20. Quick hits later today as well. We are talking about Shedeur Sanders, and some of that was because he did earlier, I think it was yesterday, comment that he is staying in Cleveland because he's got work to do. He's got to get ready. And many people got hyped about it.
You can never accuse him of not putting in the work. Even the biggest Shedeur haters, he not only does he document the work that he does, but he makes it very obvious that he's committed. Oh.
So to further that conversation, the Browns quarterback conversation, a potential Godfather offer for Myles Garrett, and whether the Browns should accept it or not, we're going to head out to the fan hotline. You know him, you love him. He used to be an intern here way back in the day. Now he's much better than all of us. NFL Daily Podcast with Greg Rosenthal. He's also NFL.com. The great Nick Shook joins us now. Shookie Monster, what's up?
What's going on, gang? How we doing?
JP doesn't know whether you like the nickname Shookie Monster
I
or
didn't
not.
know if Nick just came up with it last hour, if it's a thing you guys, he just always calls you. I'm not sure.
Oh, no, it's always some sort of variation of Shook, Shookie. It's been that way my whole life. And in fact, as far back as when I interned with you guys, I actually had a Twitter handle by the name of Shookie_Cookie, which those who really know like to lean on it. Andy Baskin's one of those ones who likes to point that out every once in a while.
Yeah, the Shookie Cookie, that's another thing you can find on Urban Dictionary, but I just wouldn't do it on a work computer. All right, so we've been talking about the quarterback position here, and I do want to get your take on Shedeur, because Nick Costos said something earlier today on this station where he said, it's apparent Stifansky doesn't trust Shedeur to run his offense. Do you think that's fair and a fair assessment of where the Browns are with Shedeur to this point?
I mean, you could kind of come to that assumption. I don't know if it's necessarily indicative of how Kevin Stefanski feels. I mean, unless you directly ask him and pose that question, I don't know if I would say it as definitively. It suggests that, but also, I mean, look, who are the Browns at this point? They are a team with two rookie quarterbacks. They've seen a decent amount of performance from one. It has been a low ceiling showing. Their offense is also very limited. They lack capable pass catchers who are able to get open. Jerry Jeudy has not been consistent with his hands this year. They've relied heavily on the tight ends. Their running game is hit or miss because their offensive line has also had to shuffle around. It's not a good set of circumstances for any quarterback. But Dillon Gabriel, I mean, what has he done to lose the job? Well, he threw 2 picks in New England and didn't look very good, but he has done ultimately what is most important in this offense for where the Browns are right now, which is get the ball out on time and largely avoid mistakes. It's just that you're not going to see him airing it out, save for his attempt to try to throw the ball 50 yards downfield and have it intercepted. So I don't know if necessarily they are ready to make a change because they would still like to see more from Dillon Gabriel. You will see Shedeur at some point. I continue to guarantee that you will see him at some point, and I pray for that day to arrive so that we can take all of our tinfoil hats off and stop, believing in some conspiracy that the Browns are trying to sabotage him. I just think it's a matter of they're giving Dillon Gabriel more time to see what he has, and they believe that, he was first in line, he was more capable of run the offense as intended. I don't think that there's some big, effort to or lack of trust in Shedeur necessarily.
But wouldn't it be logical to say, though, if you can say Shedeur's going to see the field this year, then haven't we already exhausted everything we need to out of Dillon Gabriel?
Have you? I mean,
I feel exhausted.
I'm definitely exhausted.
If we could, all right, so let's do this. Let's isolate the actual result of the game and just bring it down to what Dillon Gabriel has done. I feel as though it took him a couple of games to really get comfortable enough to move beyond getting the ball out quickly and trying to find someone else. He really showed that ability on that first drive that the Browns had when they went down and scored a touchdown. I would like to see more of that before I'm ready to go look at the other quarterback. We still have half of the season left. There is plenty of time to get a look. So I know that everybody gets antsy and the wins aren't coming, so you think they're not winning. They keep losing in the same way. a very good defense, very bad offense, and they're held back by their inability to put points on the board. So why not make a change to the offense? I get that. But if you take away the result, remove it from the equation, and just evaluate the quarterback play, I don't feel as though they've reached a point where, like the Saints, benching Spencer Rattler because he had a problem with turnovers. I mean, the guy threw, he was accountable for 6 turnovers, 6 giveaways over the last 2 weeks. That is worth benching when you have a 40th overall pick sitting behind him waiting to get an opportunity. I don't think the Browns are in that same position right now.
Nick, yesterday we had a conversation of how much would, like Drake May, change this offense if you were the Cleveland Browns, because you talked about the surrounding issues. I'm going to flip that on its ear right now. How much would an elite receiver change this offense with Dylan Gabriel at quarterback?
And this is essentially the Joe Flacco experiment, right? You're thinking, okay, let's put Jamar Chase on this roster. The Browns could have done the same thing the Bengals did with Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase. And, I would subscribe to that notion to a degree. I also don't know if that is necessarily the most the smartest thing to consider with this team right now. They're in a position where they have amassed a good amount of draft capital, and they are building for the future. If you want the immediate return, yes, a star receiver would I think elevate this offense, and no matter who's playing quarterback, I think that's true for most any team. But is it, first, those aren't really available without giving up a lot, and I don't think the Browns are in the position to make a deal like that. I could put that on the plate of the Buffalo Bills and even maybe the Baltimore Ravens, but not the Browns.
How interested in Myles Garrett trade conversations are you at this point?
Okay. I wanted to say disinterested entirely because that contract is so big. And also, I mean, are we talking about a trade because the Browns are bad and Myles Garrett's coming off of a 5-sack game and you think, God, he deserves better? Is that why we're talking about this? Would a trade make the Browns better for the long term? And would they be able to, solicit such an offer from an interested party, given that he's making $40 million a year? It's not like teams can just be like, hey, we'll throw you 3 first-round picks for a guy who's going to make $40 million a year. And don't tell me that's what they did for Deshaun Watson. I know that's what they did. That's apples to oranges here. So I lack interest in it because I don't think it's going to happen, and I also don't think it's beneficial for the Browns. As much as everybody in Cleveland, wrings their hands about, Myles Garrett is upset and we're wasting the careers of Nick Chubb and Myles Garrett. You know what happened at the end of Chubb's time in Cleveland. I also believe that Myles Garrett is one of those rare players who probably should only play for one team. I think it was somebody who described it in the offseason when it came to T.J. Watt as a one-helmet guy. That feels like what Myles Garrett should be. That's what Joe Thomas was. Remember when people talked about trading Joe Thomas to Denver and how close it came? It's just, I don't know. I feel like everybody's acting more emotionally than logically. It doesn't make a lot of sense to the Browns unless you could get an incredible haul that would allow you to transform your roster in an offseason.
One helmet guy, also Urban Dictionary. Do not look it up on a work computer. Nick Shook on the fan hotline here, NFL.com. So I will test your theory, because I do believe that there's a price for everything. There's a report out there that the Eagles are hot on the pursuit of Myles Garrett, and that they could offer 3 first-rounders, which, again, most people would assume would fall somewhere between 26 and 32. Would 3 first-round picks constitute the Godfather offer that might make the Browns think about trading Myles Garrett and taking that cap hit?
That is what would require me to even pick up the phone if I was Andrew Berry. Even at this stage in Myles Garrett's career, the 30-year-old mark and everything else, because he's that special of a player. So that's what would bring me to the table, but I think that's the minimum that you would ask for a player of his caliber. Also, you have to consider, like you just said, where the Eagles' picks would land. Now, the Eagles' first-round picks have been valuable in the past because Howie Roseman is a hell of a general manager. He's great at drafting the top talent remaining at his spot. He's gotten a number of great guys later in the back half of the first round. Do you trust Andrew Berry with that same, drafting aptitude at the back end of the first round? And if those are year after year, that gives the Browns 3 first-round picks this year. That would give them 2 in the future years. That would help them turn this team around for the long haul. And then you have to weigh, okay, do you want Myles Garrett over the next 4 years, or do you want those draft picks to try to, invigorate their roster? And that's where you get into the risk assessment versus, a known commodity. So it would really come down to what you're aiming for. The weird thing about the Browns right now is, Andrew Berry and Kevin Stefanski are not operating as if they are a regime that is under threat of losing their jobs, which is it's strange. It's rare because you just don't see that with a team that has struggled as much as the Browns have over the last 2 years. So you would think they would have some leeway to make a deal like this to stock up on first-round picks, but do they have that much leeway that they're around 3 years from now to see that last first-round pick, or is that ammunition to move up? Would they want to move up? A lot of different factors involved here that kind of makes the situation a little more murky than the standard trade talk.
How connected do you feel like Stifansky and Barry are as far as the jobs are concerned? Like, are we going to have a chance where one keeps the job and the other doesn't, or is it both are gone if anything even happens at all?
I feel like they're a tandem, like they're a package deal. And, I mean, let's think about it. Who has the better track record to this point? It's probably Kevin Stefanski than Andrew Berry. I mean, he's got the 2 Coach of the Year honors. He navigated a season in which, they cycled through 5 starting quarterbacks and made the playoffs, thanks to Joe Flacco, which you could say, well, that's Andrew Berry's work, signing Joe Flacco off the couch. But overall, since they've been in Cleveland, I feel like Stefanski has probably achieved more than Berry has. But if you're going to make a change, you make a wholesale regime change. You change both of them, and just judging by the tone of Jimmy Haslam and the way that the Browns have gone about their business this year, it feels like neither expects to get fired. Which I run into people in Cleveland. I live in Cleveland, and they're like, "Oh, so when's Stefanski getting fired?" And I just look at him blankly and say, "He's not." Because this is not about this year, and the quicker that everybody accepts that, it makes all the losses that await them a little more palatable.
All right, we're going to do a quick thing of buy or sell here. So I'll give you a premise or a team, and then you tell me whether you're buying or selling, and give me like a 15-second explanation. Fair?
Yeah.
The Colts are for real.
Come on now. Yes, I agree. They are for real. I am buying that because, look, I wanted to get off the Daniel Jones bandwagon, or not even just pay attention to it, but they're a well-oiled machine offensively, and they're playing above their heads defensively. The key part is their offensive line is playing a lot better than anybody expected.
All right, Jerry Dulac is reporting that Mike Tomlin, or that the Rooney family is getting a little, maybe their patience is wearing thin with Mike Tomlin. So the buy or sell is Steelers would actually move on from Mike Tomlin after this year.
If the Steelers moved on from Mike Tomlin, you would find me flat on the ground like a starfish. Okay, that's exactly
also
how
an Urban Dictionary.
Yeah, sounds fun.
That's exactly how shocked I would be about it. They're not going to fire him. This happens every year. What, they lost a Sunday night game to the Packers in which they looked overmatched defensively in the second half because they have an old defense that's a highly paid old defense? I'm sorry. I cannot get on board with the Tomlin firing thing. They just gave him an extension. I'm not buying it.
All right, final one. The Ravens will win the AFC North. Buy or sell?
I love this, and I wish you asked me this a week from now, like when I get a closer look at the Ravens with Lamar back. Oh, I'm buying, baby, because I don't believe the Steelers are going to be able to hold on to that. It's going to take a big turnaround for the Ravens, but I think they have it within them.
Shooky, you're the best, buddy. We appreciate you.
Appreciate you, too. Thanks for having me, guys.
Nick Shook, NFL.com. We're proud of that one. That's a good egg right there.
Good cookie.
And I'm not saying that because he's got a bald dome. That would be very mean if that's how. That's not. No, don't even think it. I feel like a D for saying what I just said. 216-474-0092. How much would an elite receiver change this offense? We do have to react to what Shook had to say about the Browns in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Jonathan from my friends over there at Summit Sound. At this point, I've told you I love doing everything just from the comfort of my phone. It's what I love. Whether I can pay for my phone, I can basically live my whole life from my phone. So
following the Kevin Stefanski Show. You can find 92.3 The Fan on YouTube, subscribe to our YouTube channel, and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 92.3 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
When you want the latest on the Cavs, we're the station you turn to first. 92.3 The Fan is Cleveland's home for breaking sports news. Your teams, your station.
Who are the Browns at this point? They are a team with 2 rookie quarterbacks. They've seen a decent amount of performance from one. It has been a low ceiling showing. Their offense is also very limited. They lack, capable pass catchers who are able to get open. Jerry Jeudy has not been consistent with his hands this year. They've relied heavily on the tight ends. Their running game is hit or miss because their offensive line has also had to shuffle around. It's not a good set of circumstances for any quarterback. But Dylan Gabriel, what has he done to lose the job? Well, he threw 2 picks in New England and didn't look very good, but he has done ultimately what is most important in this offense for where the Browns are right now, which is get the ball out on time and largely avoid mistakes. So I don't know if necessarily they are ready to make a change because they would still like to see more from Dylan Gabriel. You will see Shedeur at some point. I continue to guarantee that you will see him at some point.
The QB Deadpool coming up in about 20 minutes. Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin back on Afternoon Drive. That's the voice of Cleveland's own Nick Shook, giving us his take on the quarterback situation. I have no doubt in my mind that Dylan Gabriel can play better than he did against New England. And I think he can play better than he did against Pittsburgh. I think the thing is, right now I've got 4 games of proof, and the only game that I'm really confident was good enough to try and win on is that first game, and I think that might be as good as it's going to look for Dylan Gabriel as a starter in the NFL.
So the hard part I have, and this might be just me being pedantic in any sort of way, but you can't tell me, like Nick did in that clip, that Shedeur Sanders is going to see the field, and then also say that Dylan Gabriel we haven't seen enough. Like, isn't the end result, if your end result in your mind is Shedeur Sanders will see the field at some point this season, then haven't you, by virtue of admitting that, understood you've seen enough of Dylan Gabriel?
Or there's going to be a moment where you fall out of competition and, well, you know what you have in Dylan. He can always be a part of the quarterback fray. Let's give Shedeur a game. That I would say that would be the sliver, the little wiggle room that you can get to.
We learned enough to know that he's a backup quarterback? Isn't that what we know already?
Or that you know enough to know that he's going to be a part of the thing going forward, even if he's not going to be the long-term starter. Maybe it's a backup, however you want to define it. And let's just check that box off for Shedeur in Week 18. I could definitely see that's a way Shedeur seeing the field. And again, if the next, how many games are left? 9 games. If the next 8 games of Dylan,
we have more games than not left,
are the aggregate of the first 4 games, if I have to watch another 8 games of that, I'll be pretty upset.
I just wonder, I guess I look at it through the lens of, are we trying to find a franchise quarterback? Are we trying to find a quarterback that you can use and you can make sure that is contributing to a team in one way or another? Are you trying to get value for your 3rd round pick and your 5th round pick? And it's like, when you understand what a quarterback is, then it's okay to just accept that.
What drives me crazy about the narrative around Dylan is I actually disagree with a couple things that Nick said. I think Dylan has made ample amount of mistakes going all the way back to Pittsburgh, but you and I had a Donnybrook over the Miami game. And it's not even about mistakes. I think one of the reasons why the interceptions and the interceptable balls keep happening or turnover-worthy plays keep happening is He's not up to speed.
Well, the Pittsburgh game, he had so many. That game, there was no argument between me and you on that one. Yeah. That was 4 turnover-worthy plays scouted by PFF, but it felt like 75. And it's a Pittsburgh team, by the way, that has every other team has scored on Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
We look at them in a rare air, and we put them up in a high light. But, the Pittsburgh defense, the best it's looked this season was the game against the Browns. That should not have been hard.
But, I think his biggest problem is he's not getting through his reads quick enough.
No, he's not.
And so, even that goes back to the Miami game with Quinshawn and Jerome both being in positions to score touchdowns, and Dylan on the Jerome Ford one panicked and threw it to the receiver that had just merged. He just collided with the defensive back, choosing a defensive pass interference call, which never came, over a sure thing touchdown.
Well, and Coach Riz will tell me until I'm blue in the face, and he does it every Sunday, that it's not a height thing with Dylan Gabriel. But you can't tell, Nick, watching these games. He makes decisions as if he can't see anything beyond 10 yards deeper than the field.
Yeah, I'd be more concerned if it wasn't a height thing.
Right. Like, I mean, seriously.
I prefer it's a height thing because you can do things to, whether it's rolling him out, you can do things, draft only 5'7" linemen or shorter, just full Willie Lampkin it, right? There's plenty of things you can do to work around the height issue, and he can just get comfortable, like Brock Purdy says. Yeah, they're just throws that I just have to trust the guys there.
Yeah, Purdy says 45% of his throws he just can't see.
You can overcome height. If you're just not seeing the field, or if the game is too fast for you in the supercomputer, there's no coming back from that.
I mean,
that sinks more quarterbacks than just about damn near anything in the NFL.
I haven't broke down every single Jerry Jeudy play. Maybe I need to, at some point this week, just look at every single Jerry Jeudy play from this past week and just see exactly how wide open he gets. But I would bet a lot of money he gets open down the field and Dylan Gabriel's just not seeing it.
I would bet good money that there are plays on the field that are not being, where the ball's not being delivered, and that's probably the biggest issue with the offense right now. And it's interesting, like I've resigned myself to 2 more games because that just seems like, all right, they want to give him the bye week to really work on this and then get the Jets, a bad team, an awful team, no matter that they just won against Cincinnati, give them the best chance against one of the 3 worst teams of the NFL. And all right, he was better in that game because he should be. And then you go out against the Ravens, and that one feels like the one where it's just like, good luck.
Well, and then Dylan would have 6 games, Shedeur would have 7 games, and then at the end of it, you just kind of, whichever one wins out, would probably end up being the backup job moving forward.
I think you bring them both back. I do. I don't really see a need at the end to make a definitive declaration on either guy, other than, are they the starter or not?
I guess maybe from like the actual pecking order, and also there might be a situation too, depending on what happens within the 2026 draft. They might end up doing a Drake May situation where Jacoby Brissett started the first 6 or 7 games until they then put Drake May out there. There's a scenario out there that these two are actually battling for the starting job next year until the 2026 quarterback, until they feel comfortable to go ahead and put that guy out there.
So yesterday we had the conversation.
You didn't like that, and I get that. I understand why, because I am play the quarterback right away guy as well. I'd play him week 1, but we watched it. We watched the Patriots just not do that script.
I think as long as you take the right quarterback, if I have to wait 8 games or a full season, I'm okay. If that means next year it's Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur battling it out, while your version of Mahomes or like any of the quarterbacks that have waited a year, wait, okay.
And that might be, honestly,
as long as I know we get a bridge to that quarterback, I'm ready.
And that might be what this competition ends up being. The 6 games for Dylan, and then the 7 games for Shedeur, and then the winner gets that first little stretch until you then give it off to the 2026 quarterback.
Oh, no, that means we're going to have a 3-way quarterback battle going into next year. Oh, yeah, get ready. Get good and Randy. So we talked about Drake May and how much like a Drake May or like an elite quarterback would change this offense. And you and I both agreed, like, I think Jerry Jeudy would suddenly look like the Jerry Jeudy was last year with a better quarterback. I think it would be immensely easier to beat Quinshon Judkins if you had an elite quarterback behind you. And I think the offensive line, if that quarterback could get the ball out quickly, would also look a hell of a lot better just because they wouldn't be getting exposed every week. So with Nick Shook, when he was on with us, I did ask him how much an elite receiver would change this offense. Here was his answer.
This is essentially the Joe Flacco experiment, right? You're thinking, okay, let's put Jamar Chase on this roster. The Browns could have done the same thing the Bengals did with Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase. And, I would subscribe to that notion to a degree. I also don't know if that is necessarily the smartest thing to consider with this team right now. They're in a position where they have amassed a good amount of draft capital, and they are building for the future. If you want the immediate return, yes, a star receiver would I think elevate this offense, and no matter who's playing quarterback, I think that's true for most any team. But is it, first, those aren't really available without giving up a lot, and I don't think the Browns are in the position to make a deal like that. I could put that on the plate of the Buffalo Bills, even maybe the Baltimore Ravens, but not the Browns.
So I think age depends here, but like Brian Thomas Jr., there had been a report that the Jags weren't shopping him, but they'd listen if you called them. There had been the rumors about A.J. Brown, and I know Schefter has since said they're not trading him, they being the Eagles, but like A.J. Brown's a little older, so I don't know that would make sense. But I think if you dropped A.J. Brown or Brian Thomas Jr. into this offense, I don't know it was all of a sudden we'd have the Joe Flacco effect, like Joe Flacco being dropped into Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Because there's just been so much losing. You're in quicksand right now. But do I think the offense would be more watchable because you'd be able to just Dylan would be able to check down at 3 yards and maybe Brian Thomas Jr. could turn it into a 60-yard touchdown once a game? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, adding talent's never going to be a bad thing, right? Like,
Yeah.
I mean, anytime you get him better weapons, he's going to have a better chance to succeed. I guess we just have to find out whether or not these weapons are giving him enough chance to succeed and make that kind of what we base everything off of.
When we've tried to think about players that you could get, and again, Mary Kay was on the station 2 times this week, and the line has been, well, they're maybe selective sellers more than they are selective buyers more than they are sellers. The thing I struggle with is if I could get a top 10 left tackle or a top 10 wide receiver, what would make the biggest difference? I'm going to say it would end up being the top 10 wide receiver just because that's how bad the quarterbacks are. But man, I don't know. Like this goes back to the idea of in 2026, I think your first 3 picks are going to probably be top 35 picks, and I need a quarterback, a wide receiver, and a left tackle. You choose which order you take them.
I mean, if Albert built his whole trade Myles Garrett timeline argument based off of timelines not matching up, wouldn't the obvious choice then be the timelines don't add up to get a top 10 wide receiver or top 10 tackle right now?
Not if it's Brian Thomas Jr. Just because, I mean, that's a second-year player.
Well, you got some time. There's no doubt about it.
But A.J. Brown would definitely be different because I think he's 27 and making 35
and maybe that's just what I was thinking, more A.J. Brown and trying to line up that. But like even still within that then, so even if it's, let's say it's Brian, 2 years, 3 years down the road is when you first start seeing some of the payoff off of that?
I think you see it immediately. But you're talking about
I'm talking about when it translates into wins and when you're actually going down the road with it's like this is your everything.
I think that depends on the quarterback, though.
Sure.
Like, it's almost like, do you want to build...
I'm not against adding talent. I'm just trying to talk it out.
This is always the catch-22 of, like, do you want to build everything out so the quarterback can just slide in there and have immediate success?
Which is what Kellen Moore tried telling us what he was doing with the Saints.
Or do you just get the quarterback and then build out... Do basically what the Commanders are doing with Jaden Daniels.
Yes.
And we see how that is working out for Jaden to this point.
Right. I mean, again, it worked until it didn't, right? It's a good... I love the conversation because I love thinking about what the right way to approach this is. You could obviously measure out that because of the draft that they had and how they've tried to build out these drafts, they are trying to take it that more Kellen Moore route. They are trying to take it that we're going to build everything out and then plop the quarterback in.
At least for one draft.
Like, if you're going down that road... Brian Thomas would be on the table then.
Yeah, I think the question there is, and I think I was actually listening to Nick Shook on the NFL Daily podcast, although he hadn't come in yet. It was Jordan Rodriguez and it was Greg Rosenthal. And Greg Rosenthal seemed to think a first and another piece would be the price on...
What's that other piece?
Probably another pick, like a second or third round pick, or maybe a defender.
That's what I wondered, if we can get a first, and I've toyed with some names before that you don't like when I throw in there. I'm not going to throw Harold Fannin in there just to upset you, but like, what are we talking? If first and...
Yeah, I mean, I think they need defensive help.
First and Delpit? Because that seems pretty rich.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not that... I don't know, it's tough because Grant is having a career year.
Yeah.
And I think his name's gotten thrown in there of like, well, if you need pieces... and you want to save some money, because you've already paid him, and I think you're on the back half of that money. I just don't want to trade him. But if I'd trade Denzel Ward in a trade for Brian Thomas Jr., I would have to say I'd trade Grant too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I don't think there's really a piece beyond Myles Garrett or Carson Schlesinger I wouldn't make that trade for.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring Schlesinger in the mix. That kind of felt like anytime I bring Fannin in the mix, it just kind of felt like it was a little dirty, and it wasn't something that the Browns would even go down anyway.
Yeah.
But like, I don't know. I like this idea. It feels like a 0% chance of happening, even though you and I look at it and say it makes sense.
216-474-0092. How much would an elite receiver change this offense? I think this is where for this year the challenge you'd have is if you then go ahead and juggle quarterbacks again. Like, that the danger here is if you bring in Brian Thomas Jr., and again, it's a hypothetical, I agree. I think it has about as much chance of happening as Myles Garrett getting traded before the deadline. But if you were to do that, and then he gets 3 games with Dylan Gabriel, and then you switch to Shedeur, you're resetting that. It's another reason why juggling quarterbacks is a bad idea, because you're not just resetting it for Brian Thomas Jr., you'd be resetting it for everybody else in the offense, too.
Yeah, and again, in the meanwhile, in that process, but at least you give Dylan Gabriel and Shedeur Sanders more of a chance than what they currently have.
How much would an elite wide receiver change this offense? It is a different way of looking at our question yesterday about the quarterback position. And speaking of the quarterback position, the commissioner joins us in 5 minutes to break down the quarterback Deadpool and the question, what if it isn't it in 2026? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Headline sports news every 20 minutes from the University Hospital's sports desk. We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan.
As always, you can listen to this show and all of our local shows on The Fan on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Nick and JP back on Afternoon Drive. Pete Futek coming up in about 40 minutes here to talk about the bat bleep crazy LSU head coaching search and all the many, many turns that has taken. Penn State, another one off the list as well, as Matt Rule got a 2-year extension and a little bit of a raise from Nebraska. So two teams that thought good was not good enough at head coach now striking out left and right in various different ways. But we have been doing the quarterback Deadpool. So way back before the NFL season, all three of us, so that's Mac, JP, and I, drafted our quarterback Deadpool teams. And initially, we each drafted 3 quarterbacks, and then we added a 4th quarterback a couple weeks back. But the goal is to have one of 3 things, or multiple of those 3 things. Nail who's going to be the number 1 pick for the quarterback spot. Nail who's going to be the Browns pick at quarterback, and then get as many draftable quarterbacks on your team as possible. So with an update on that is the commissioner, Jake Murrin. Hey, buddy.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
It depends on which one of the teams you're talking about for us, because I'm surviving.
I'm also surviving. Arch Manning was a good week for Arch.
Yeah, coming off a good game.
If he plays against Vandy, stock could go through the roof.
Well, let's run through everybody's team here for Week 10 of the Afternoon Drive quarterback Deadpool. Starting with you, Nick. Your latest addition, Jaden Mayava, is coming off a bye week. Garrett Nussmeier, LSU, kind of in shambles. Brian Kelly fired. They've lost 3 of their last 4 games. Carson Beck did rebound last week in a blowout win over Stanford. And John Mateer looked all right in a losing effort to Ole Miss. Can we get a vibe check for your team?
I think I'm going to have 1 first-round quarterback. And I do think all 4 quarterbacks are getting drafted. I think they're all going to be top 100 picks. I just don't think it's going to be enough to take the cake when it comes down to it.
Well, that's too bad. That's why you have to make moves, which is what I'd like to do today.
Oh! It's time for the furry quarterback.
No risky, no bisky. We're not going furry. I can't have a furry as my quarterback. I refuse to have a furry as my quarterback. To the committee, we'd like to drop one Arch Manning, coming off the best Arch Manning game of the season.
Wow.
And especially after what I think is probably going to be a pretty decent game on Vanderbilt. May not go his way. I don't really care. He's not going to go into the draft this year. The point is, get draftable players. Is it not?
I believe that is.
It is.
Mac, the college football guru, that is Mac Robinson. That is the point. Is that correct?
That is indeed.
I'm going to go with Brendan Sorsby, Cincinnati. I need more draftable players. He is looking like a 3rd-round pick at the current moment, and it's going to be rising. I feel like he's got some real upside to be attached to. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to make that move if that's all right, Commish.
Yeah, that is all right. You have the top waiver wire selection there, so now you have Brendan Sorsby.
When you rearrange the picture that people vote on for when they decide like who's got the best teams and everything, could you do me a solid and do it like you do Max, where you put the best players at the front? So like Dante Moore gets to go to the front of the line instead of how you've always done it, where it seems like I always end up with these quarterbacks that Arch Manning was bringing down my profile. Let's just be honest about it.
I've actually left it as is from the start, so it shows each column is your 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th round pick. So if anything, you should get credit that your 4th round pick was Dante Moore. That should be kudos for you.
Let's rearrange that. Well, I can't just lay down and die. I see a team that was struggling. We went out and we got Dante Moore ahead of the sticks on that one. Boy, was that a pick for the ages. And now we're ahead of the sticks. We're ahead of the sticks here.
And you're doing that to please social media. So you can win a social media poll. Just to be clear, right?
Well, I don't want to lose a social media poll, is the difference.
Why do you care about a social media poll?
Why do we have a poll if I'm not supposed to care about the winner or the loser of the poll?
To see what people think about our quarterback Deadpools.
So if we had a different way of measuring our quarterback Deadpools, I'm open to it. But that's our way of measuring our quarterback Deadpools.
That's how you feel like you're winning?
Is that not how we all thought we were winning? Is that
you were pretty much flexing early on in the
I was just being a D. I didn't take it to heart.
That's fair.
I thought that's how we were all judging it as we went.
Bragging rights more than anything.
Yeah.
The actual point system comes when the draft comes.
Mac's been winning in a big way. Week in, week out. I have been getting destroyed week in,
I think Nick won the first,
I won the very first. I won the very first
one. Then Nick went on a stretch, and now it's just been Mac ever since.
Yep. What was last week's poll results?
I'd have to pull it up.
Large margin.
Was I second or was I third?
50. I would have to double check, but Mac at least got 50-60% of the vote.
Well, now I want to know who was second and third.
I think I will say,
Kamish, pull that up.
I will say I was considering Sorsby last week before I picked up Mensa from Duke, so I like the pickup for JP.
So
thank you.
Yeah, last week's
the big
poll,
brain on yourself. I appreciate that.
You guys want to get a room? All right.
Huh? The week 9 poll.
Maybe we will. I don't know.
It's the winner's circle.
Where's the night taking us, Nick?
By the way,
I don't
that's
know.
not what that circle is. It's a different kind of circle, Mac.
All these flavors.
And you know what the
Urban Dictionary again?
All these flavors, and you're choosing salty today on the quarterback Deadpool.
Oh, I'm not salty.
Man.
I think the circle over there is pretty salty.
No, I think that's just your quarterback room.
Oh, you got me, Mac. Will I recover? I don't know.
Based on your quarterback room, absolutely not.
Oh, you got me again.
So I have those results
for
you,
JP. Are you the guy
JP.
that wrote the PR request for the Browns with you have a better chance of winning the lottery than trading Myles Garrett?
I will neither confirm nor deny.
I'm just going to let that hang there. What'd you say there, Kamish?
So those results for the Week 9 Deadpool, Mac did win 75% of the vote for Mac. Nick, you're in second with 16.7%, and JP 8.3 to round it out.
Arch Manning was just. People hate Arch Manning.
Yeah, Brennan Sorsby. That's gonna pull the nose up on that thing.
It's not gonna bring it down the way that Arch. I'm at 8%. I can't get much lower than 8%. I got the number one pick on the draft with Dante Moore, and I can't. Arch Manning is tanking.
I almost want to pick up Arch Manning just out of spite.
Do it. I implore you to.
You are next up in the waiver.
Please do. He's all yours.
I decline. I'm confident. Okay. I've got a bunch of second and third round picks here. I'm feeling good.
Mac, would you like Arch Manning on your team?
No, I'm good. Maybe next year's Deadpool.
He's definitely like the top guy to be picked up in case.
I disagree.
One of you guys don't want him.
Yeah. There's other guys.
If he enters the draft, he's going to be up there. But.
Well, yeah.
He's not entering the draft.
He's not going to enter the draft.
And
neither will Dante Moore or Lenore Sellers.
It was just a spite play by me in the very beginning, but I've taken that as far as I can go.
I think what's going to be funny is when Sellers, Moore, and Manning don't go, watching the looks on your faces will be a hell of a lot of fun.
It's a long play, you know. I like to have guys in the game, and right now I got guys in the game, and so that's just a good. It's a good sign. We like this. It's a good development
as opposed
for the team.
to having nobody that potentially was going to be drafted.
Before Dante Moore, I mean, what was I looking at?
Yeah.
I mean, really, Kate Klubnik? He's not saving me. Klubnik, just an awful pick by myself. I mean, I like Kate Klubnik, but that's just
trusted Dabo
just
Swinney.
a disaster of a pick by me at this point. He's going to be like quarterback 8 or 7 right now.
Listen.
That young man is disappointed in a big way.
You trusted Dabo Swinney. We learned a lesson.
I mean, it's disgusting work by me with Kate Klubnik is what it is.
Okay, if we just play the name game,
disgusting work by me.
It's tough to see Klubnik on the back of a jersey and think, that guy's going to be a top 10 quarterback. That's just a hard name.
I feel worse about taking Klubnik than I do eating all that candy leading up to Halloween. Have to buy new candy. Just disgusting work by me.
I don't think you do. I think it really.
I regret all of it, man.
I think you're beating yourself up with the candy.
Just a shameful experience by me, just across the board.
You know what helped that?
Not Kate Klubnik. Dropping Arch Manning was me helping it.
I was going to say more candy.
You know how like you do retail therapy to help you make you feel better? Me dropping Arch Manning like a bad habit, that's my way of dealing with this.
With a side of like 4 Reese's cups, and I think you'll be happy.
It makes me feel good to tell Arch Manning, kick rocks. You're not on Team Jonathan anymore.
All right,
you can't play for this team.
Any business before we got to go?
Yeah, I actually did want to ask you guys, when looking at this class so far, it was supposed to be rich at this cute quarterback position. Do you think it's living up to that, or should conversations maybe be looking towards the 2027 class?
We are in a holding pattern. We are in a Like, if Dante Moore balls out the rest of the year, it could be a real conversation. If Lenore Sellers can stay healthy and ball out, Mendoza's going to be really interesting because I think he's a lock to be a first-round pick, but he's the kind of guy that I think fits Stefanski's system and might just be Matt Ryan as opposed to being like Pat Mahomes.
We also can't undersell the amount of people that believed in Lenore Sellers in a way that they're going to believe in him come January as well.
That is fair.
It doesn't matter what he does the rest of the way. They've convinced themselves that he's awesome, and they're going to stay with that.
All right, that's the update there for the quarterback Deadpool. We're going to put the Twitter poll up at afternoon 923 FAN on the old Twitter machine, and we've got our first significant report that not all is well, or all is not well, words are hard, with Mike Tomlin in Pittsburgh. That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. I'm talking for Mac for a second here as we go ahead and come back. I wasn't done.
You weren't done.
I wasn't done.
I almost left the room.
Yeah. You thought about it.
Yeah.
And I didn't have my headphones in. We're working through a technical issue here. As you guys can join us, obviously, 216-474-0092.
Yeah, I just beat myself up more for my bad college football selections.
I don't think it's any of the three of us. This has been a wonky year on quarterbacks in college.
There's no faith in any of them, really. I mean, there's starting to become faith.
a 33-year-old Blake Butera out of the Rays organization, making him the youngest skipper in the major since 1972. The Kevin Stefanski Show is back tonight at 7. You can catch the coach's show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Want to talk Cavs at 6 a.m.? There's only one place to go. The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima. Weekday mornings starting at 6 a.m. 92.3 The Fan. It's the 4 o'clock hour on Afternoon Drive.
Get back your sweet Bippy boyo.
Get the latest from Browns practice throughout the week right now on our YouTube channel. Daryl Ryder recapping each and every practice and game while featuring the best highlights from coaches and players during media availability as well as on the field action. Subscribe to the 92.3 The Fan channel on YouTube now to get all the latest from Daryl Ryder and the Browns all throughout the football season.
Pete Putek, college football news, joins us every single Thursday at 4:20. He'll be joining us in 20 minutes. We'll talk the LSU coaching search. Ohio State, Penn State, I believe, is now up to 20.5 points or 21-point spread. So that continues the idea that this is going to be a boring regular season for Ohio State fans.
Hey, but I heard Drew Aller's giving the Penn State quarterback some pointers now to go after Ohio State.
If you besmirch the name of Drew Aller, I think you and I are going to have to fight.
You know, he's had so much success going after Ohio State in the past, throwing for a collective 0 touchdowns.
Pew, 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 How's Arch Manning treating you? How about that?
I mean, he's just not good. He's not good, Nick.
Yep.
He's not a good football player. I had a good week last week. He's just not good.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'll turn it around one day.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably will, just in time for 2027 to be overdrafted. Now, this being said, you and I talked yesterday about the Bruce Arians comment that all the coaches in the AFC North should be considered on the hot seat. And I considered, like, maybe he just doesn't know what the hot seat means. Right? Maybe his version of hot seat is different than our version of hot seat. Mm-hmm. And I kind of mocked it. Well, we do finally have, mind you, for the last decade, every time the Steelers lose 2 games in a row, it's either fans or the media. And when I say media, I mean we're talking speculation, not reporting. People speculate that Mike Tomlin is somehow in danger or that the act is worn thin. Well, now Jerry Dulac, from down the road in Pittsburgh, a legit Pittsburgh Steelers reporter, is saying that which one's the Rooney?
The second, Art Rooney the second.
Art Rooney the second is growing impatient with Mike Tomlin.
Yeah, and he's the one that's in charge right now. There are a million Rooneys, but he's the one in charge right now, and he's the one that's also been in Mike Tomlin's corner every stretch of the way. Like, part of the reason why Steelers fans have been convinced that Tomlin's just never going anywhere is because every time these conversations pop up, Art Rooney pops up in a Jerry Dulac piece or somebody else and is like, "No, guys, I love him. Like, he's not going anywhere." And so for him to put out there that he is angry and frustrated with Mike Tomlin right now, there actually might be some sense of a crack in what the Steelers are trying to pull off here.
But isn't it weird? Like, you finally have the quarterback that's playing better than any of the other quarterbacks you've had since Big Ben's arm fell off at the end of his career.
Yeah, so I think that spotlights it, though. Does it not? Because like for the longest time, it was Tomlin spending so much money on the defensive side of the ball, and then everyone just wondering. And then obviously this is once Roethlisberger's arm basically went to nothing, and then you had to have Mason Rudolph and all these other guys. And it's like, well, wait, if we had a quarterback, we'd be right there. We're right there, just missing a quarterback. Tomlin gets you to 9 wins without a quarterback. How impressive is that? And Rodgers, cleaning up the mistakes of everyone else around him, has highlighted the fact that this overpaid defense stinks. And even with a good quarterback, it might not matter.
But they've got a 1.5 game lead in the AFC North, and they've got a quarterback that is cleaning up messes, which like, what's the thing you need in the postseason to finally get that first postseason win since before T.J. Watt was drafted by the Pittsburgh Steelers? You need a quarterback that can clean up mistakes.
Yeah, and so, but this is where this next stretch is going to be very interesting. Do they continue down the path like they have the past couple weeks where they allow opposing offenses to score 30-plus points, or does the defense actually show what the defense is supposed to be in Pittsburgh, which is a top 10 defense?
I think what's crazy about this is you've pointed out, and it's fair to say, the Ravens' next 5 games are so incredibly winnable, it's not funny. If you look at, and I think the Ravens have the 28th easiest, the 28th hardiest strength of schedule remaining. Well, the Steelers are like 20th toughest strength of schedule remaining. So it's not like they don't have a murderer's row of team that they're facing either. Like, I think you're going to see 2 teams. I'll be honest with you. I'm not trying to go full pony because I don't want to have to get my nipples pierced on air just for some attention.
Could be a good time if you're into that.
A lot of people are into that. We don't kink shame on this show.
We don't.
I can almost guarantee you Mike Tomlin's going to be there at the end of next January. Like, I'm not, by the way, I think there might be something to the fact that right now, after losing to the Packers and the Bengals before it, I can understand if Art Rooney feels like, oh, is this going a negative direction? And I would tell Art, it's a game and a half up in this division, and considering that both teams have an easy stretch run, like I said, I think it's going to be 10, 11 games. Whoever gets to 10 or 11 games first gets the division. I mean, you're not halfway there, but you're about 33% of the way there.
I mean, this is notable though, because this isn't even like Frank Schwab had a whole piece yesterday about the Steelers, and if this all collapses, then they have no choice but to remove Mike Tomlin. You heard the Bruce Arians clip we played yesterday. This is the man that has been in his corner every stretch of the way. Like, this is like, as much as I defend Shedeur, for instance, this is like the equivalent to me turning around and being like, that guy can't play football now. Like, that's how deep Art Rooney has been in just basically sticking up for Mike Tomlin in every stretch of the way. And now he's angry. He's frustrated. Like, you start to see some of the realities maybe setting in that he's got to go a different direction.
I definitely think it's significant. There's got to be something more to this story, though. I mean, at 4-3, and again, with a significant, through 7 weeks or 7 games, a significant lead in the AFC North, this can't just be that you lost 2 games in a row. I buy this report. Jerry Dulac is as well sourced as you can get in Pittsburgh. I buy the report. This can't be about the first 7 games of the season. It can't. There's got to be something more. This just doesn't add up to me that he's been so steadfast and resolute in his defense of Mike Tomlin, and then he's like, you're only a game and a half up on the Ravens when everybody picked the Ravens to win 13 games and run away with the division?
Maybe he just sees the writing on the wall, which I don't, by the way. I don't for them quite yet, but maybe he sees maybe he's watched them fall apart in the second half of seasons one too many times that he thinks it's almost inevitable that they will.
Like, are we afraid of the Colts? Because
I'm
that
trying
is
to
the
get
matchup.
Rooney's head, which is not an easy place to get into, by the way.
No, I'm not going to do it.
Those guys, they have thoughts.
Yeah. Maybe play a shillelagh. Right, play a shillelagh. Maybe watch a little. What was it? Not Flashdance. Who's Michael Flatley? Lord of the whatever the heck that is. Watch a little Michael Flatley dancing.
Lord of the Flatleys? Is that what you're going to go for?
I know. I was going to go Lord of the Flies, and I'm like, I don't think that's it.
I know that's where you first were trying to go.
Yeah. And then I just started saying F words, and it was like, well, we're going to settle on a different F word too soon enough. But no, I mean, I wouldn't want to get in a Rooney's head either, because I'm not a Nepo baby. However, ultimate Nepo baby. And there's like a million Rooneys, too. There's
so many.
They just keep replicating.
Well, remember the one that was
impressive.
in the one that does politics in Florida? It started speaking out when TJ Watt wanted to be re-signed and was like, I don't know that I would do that. And everyone went with it because the last name is Rooney, and it's like, this guy's not even associated with the team. Like, he's never in the building. He lives in Florida. What are we doing over here?
The only Rooney I'm in on is Kate Mara. Pew, 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 pew. Now,
big House of Cards fan.
That was fantastic.
I still can't believe they did that to her at the end of season 1. Like, that is you never saw that. I've never seen that in a show before.
I can't believe they did that to her like 3 episodes earlier.
You take a main character that everyone is convinced is just there along for the whole entire ride. You build a whole season around her, and then you push her in front of a train right before the end of season 1.
Yeah, okay.
That was wild.
Okay.
There's no spoilers. The show was on a million years ago.
It was wild. I think the wilder thing is that anyone would believe Kate Mara would hook up with Kevin Spacey's character.
But she was trying to get the scoops.
She was trying to do something.
She was trying to get the scoops.
I'd say successly in that show.
There's a lot of jokes I want to make right now that I can't make.
Now, getting back to the idea with Mike Tomlin, it's just inconceivable to me. Even like the Harbaugh stuff seems so much less far-fetched, because I think they've come really, really close a couple times to moving on from John. I can remember when Dave Tepper first bought the Panthers, there was some scuttlebutt that the Ravens would be open to maybe trading John Harbaugh to another team, that they were maybe thinking about a different head coach anyway. So like, that's at least been out there. This is like the first time we've ever heard like a verifiable thing of, we're getting impatient with him, and you finally got the quarterback right.
Well,
And
you
I know
got the
it's short
quarterback
term.
right. That's the problem. You nailed it right there. You got the quarterback right, but it's for how many more games? And it's definitely, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say definitely not for next season.
Yeah.
This is going so well for Aaron Rodgers right now from a, again, not from a, deep playoff run perspective. We don't have that yet. That's yet to be written. But from an actual playing perspective, this is going so well for him. It wouldn't shock me if he came back again next year.
I just got to say, I think if this is true, and not if it's true, if Art Rooney II is really getting this impatient with Mike Tomlin, I have to think at some point, I think it's just the environment wore him down. Like we talked about this at the start of the show with the Shedeur supporters and the Shedeur detractors and how they're just having different conversations than what I think reality dictates because their fights have turned into the plot and the actual plot on do the Browns like Shedeur enough to start him this year? Where is Shedeur in his development? Do you trust the Browns with it? Like, those things no longer matter because it's about the 7 side fights that both sides have had about Shedeur. Mm-hmm. I wonder if at some point it's just all the noise where at some point it's almost like Stockholm Syndrome where Rooney's just heard the detractors and heard the people bash Mike Tomlin enough. He's finally just like, oh, I totally see it.
So are you making the suggestion that this is almost, is this like complaining that the champagne and the Titanic was flat?
Yes.
Like, is this just something that like you should just be happy that you have someone like Mike Tomlin?
No. I'm saying the opposite. I'm saying he's happy. He's been quite content with Art Rooney. With Art Rooney II has been quite content with Tomlin. But if you hear this guy is, he's not a good enough coach. He's not doing this. He's not doing that. Playoff wins. We know the script. If you hear that enough, at some point, you can fight it as much as you want. If you keep hearing it, maybe it just believes it.
Well,
now.
And this is where we always talk about like what is the fan input and why does that matter and why do things like what we do actually kind of tilts things in one direction or another is because if you live in Pittsburgh, all they do is talk about firing Mike Tomlin. That's the daily conversation. How we talk about quarterbacks every day.
It's 2 things. It's Pony's nipples and then Pony trying to fire Tomlin.
Whether or not Tomlin can get fired. Like, those are their daily conversations. Did Tomlin do enough to keep his job? Is he doing the right thing to keep his job? Should we be mad about going 9-8 every single season?
How much do I enjoy these piercings?
Has it been 7 years since we won a playoff game? After you got your nipples pierced, why did you tweet about it being itchy and hurting last night at like 10 o'clock? I don't know.
I think they got a cream for that.
I don't know. You'd think they'd put the cream on him right when it happened, but I've never had him pierced. I don't know how this works.
Well, we'll have to leave it up to the nipple guy, Andrew Filipponi. 216-474-0092. So Jerry Dulac is reporting that Art Rooney II is growing impatient with Mike Tomlin. Because this is a credible report, because this actually has a lot of substance given who Jerry is in Pittsburgh, is this the kind of thing that would make you believe the Steelers would actually move on from Tomlin? I can't imagine it's about this season. There has to. I would understand if it's just been 20 years and you haven't won a playoff game in a decade, and I understand if you're just like, you know what? I've had you for 20 years. I'm ready to have a different. I would understand that more than like he's pissed about this team. This team is like, this is the weirdest.
It's got to be a cumulative.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, it's got to be a cumulative. This is not the team to lose it. Although, again, it gets highlighted. The idea, 4 straight years now, you've spent more money than any other team on the defensive side of the ball, and it's let you down, and it let you down this year in a big way.
Pete Futek College Football News breaks down the LSU opening and Ohio State's chances. Will they cover the 21-point spread against Penn State in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan?
Load up your tape.
weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
Sign up to be a part of the fan club. Download the free Odyssey app and follow 92.3 The Fan to get all of the best audio and best stories sent straight to your inbox. 92.3thefan.com.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin. A chance to win some tickets coming up in about 40 minutes there.
It was very pressing.
I just want to make sure. Your boy already bought his tickets to the concert, but...
Well, you're not eligible to win.
No. I think my point was I wanted to let people know you got a chance to win some tickets coming up, but I couldn't remember if that was still going on.
My brother, he called me the other day, and he was telling me about he won tickets to see a movie off of a radio station, and I was like, oh, no. Like, because I work for Odyssey, you might be ineligible. I had to have him tell me the radio station to then make sure. I wasn't gonna rat at myself and be like, return the tickets or whatever. But it's not an Odyssey station. We're cool. We're good. But there was a brief thought in my mind of I'm just gonna ruin his day here, aren't I?
Were you afraid that this was gonna cost your career?
No,
this was a scandal that would bring Jonathan Peterlin down.
We've done enough different webinars and different HR things that tell us all the time you can't have family members win this stuff. Is it direct family, though? Or is my brother not even direct family at this point? These are the questions we have to know.
If you kicked him out of the family?
Well, I mean, there's my family, which is me, Elise, and then my two kids. And then there's the next, another layer of family.
Yeah.
That's where then my brothers and my sister comes in play and my mom comes in play. How does it work?
Wow.
How far deep do we...
Separating. I don't separate my siblings from that's all just my family. It's interesting that you've got... family rings there.
Oh yeah, I definitely do. Yeah. Oh, for sure. I have my family that I've built, and then there's the brothers, sister, mom. Rings.
If I was your siblings, I would feel so jilted right now.
Why?
In such a dismissive way. Here, this is my family, and then there's the other family.
You want to know how we really register the rings?
How's that?
You kill somebody, am I right there to bury the body? Elise. My two daughters. I'm right there.
My wife and kids.
Brothers, sister. I don't know about that.
Definitely my three brothers.
I'm talking 3 in the morning.
Definitely
you call,
my three brothers.
No questions asked. Yep. We're not even debating any of this. I'll get the shovel. We'll figure this out.
I think my sister's in there. Okay. I think a couple cousins.
I used to put my mom in that category, but now at this point, now she's 60 years old. It feels like committing.
So you want her to go to jail?
No, committing crimes with her doesn't really seem like it's a worthwhile venture at this point. I don't know. I'd be like, you're 60. Why did you do this?
So when she calls
what happened? She might still be in that ring, though. She might still be in that ring, but
Jonathan,
I'm not
I've murdered
certain.
someone. I've made a terrible mistake. Come help me.
Might be like, I don't know. That was not a great idea.
Call your other sons.
Yeah, that was not a... Give them a call first. If they can't help you out, I'll be right there. But try David first. If David can't help you, then call Sam. If Sam can't help you, call Sarah. And if she can't help you, then all right, then get back to me.
You.
Then I'll be your guy. Then I'll be your guy.
How many siblings do you have?
3. I have 3 others. Yeah.
So
two brothers and a sister.
You could be the fourth call.
Yeah, but I want to be last. I want to be last though. I want to make sure she's gone through everyone else to be I need help with this body, and then I will do it. But I'm 4th on that list.
Man,
I'm not jumping to the front to be
sending this to your mom.
Let's commit this felony together.
And I pray she cuts you out of the will on this one.
Elise, it's unobvious.
Is it?
Yes.
You turned on your mom.
We talked about
you can't turn on your wife.
We talked about the rings here. The rings exist because Elise and then my two daughters, the circle, whichever one, that's in that category.
You turn on them.
And then we go the outward category, which does it fall in line with FCC regulations and radio prizes? I don't know. I don't know that answer.
If you turn on the person that gave birth to you, right? One of the closest people.
Not turning, but this is assisting in.
You just said you wouldn't.
This is assisting in. No, I said I would. It just takes. There's
if
layers
no one else
here.
will do it.
Yes, then I'll be the last person on that list. I prefer to be the last person on this list. Yes.
Well, we're going to go out to the fan hotline right now and welcome on Pete Futek of College Football News. Did you follow that one, Pete?
Yeah, so I got it. So basically what happened is a family member won movie tickets, and now you have to murder and bury him and get away with it.
That was the synopsis.
In a nutshell, that, and you got to find somebody to help you do it. It's funny. I've had that sort of thing, not that sort of thing with burying people and murdering them, but that sort of thing where I had a friend who worked in the Wisconsin athletic department. We went to a game. They needed people at halftime to shoot the free throw, 3-pointer and half quarter, and he's like, "You're not winning any of these prizes, but whatever you do not hit the half-court shot." He's like, "I'm not getting you up. I'll just buy a pizza later or whatever, but just do not make the half-court shot or else I am fired and I am totally screwed." And I back rimmed it. I hit the free throw, and like my friend missed it by like 50 feet. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing this. And like I went, and like it was right on line. I had it, and bong. I was like, oh, he was gonna kill me off of that. But yeah, you can't give sandwiches and like movies and stuff like that to family members.
So, Pete, the governor of Louisiana, had a press conference basically skewering the athletic director and saying he would not be hiring the next head coach for the LSU football team. Any faith that LSU can actually land the plane safely on the coaching search after the latest debacle?
Actually, the funny part about that is, wasn't the rest of the line something about Donald Trump? He'd rather have Donald Trump hire them than someone else, and not to go there and anything that way, but the way that guy hires. Yeah, well, he hires Fox hosts, for various high-end positions. If he does that, why not Urban Meyer? If he does, if you wouldn't be crazy wrong, so he could take credit for that if they really get Meyer off the big new kickoff desk and go there. But look, there's a lot of the problem becomes with Penn State and with Florida and with LSU, and it's going to come up with Wisconsin soon, and I know Virginia Tech's kind of several steps down, is there's only one Lane Kiffin. So you're not going to be able to divide them up in several ways. I still kind of say, you know what, if you put on your big boy pants, it's only a $15 million buyout for Cignetti, go get him. It's just, if he's the guy, go get the hottest guy going right now. Kiffin's going to command a huge sum of whatever. Everyone thinks the LSU job is, the big thing. I don't know why anybody would want it because, look, Brian Kelly is actually pretty good there. They just didn't win national championships. So it's a tough gig. And so to take a step back, remember, this is Brian Kelly. This is the winningest head coach in Notre Dame history, and he couldn't get it done there. And his team wasn't that bad this year, and he had 2 10-win seasons and top 15 finishes in 3.5 years. Not good enough. Gone.
Ohio State and Penn State this week. The number has gotten to 1 million. We're in the 20s now as far as the spread is concerned, Pete. It's kind of a sad reflection of what we thought this game was going to be and now what it's turned into.
Yeah, it stinks for college football because if you look at the slate, this was Ohio State-Penn State week. So this was going to be the game. This was the meal. This was the main entree, and now the rest of the schedule's kind of blah because again everyone's going to defer to this game, and it still might be good. Look, I don't think Penn State loses, and Ohio State's certainly playing too well to biff this, but that team still has the guys. It might not have the starting quarterback as they're not playing well, but they've got NFL talent at running back. They've got NFL talent across the board. They've got the athletes who can hang with Ohio State. Maybe this is the one time that they just kind of rise up and say, you know what, we're going to really, give that effort on this game. I don't think it's going to be enough. They're just not playing well enough. And Ohio State's been in total command of everything it's done all season long. But I wouldn't be surprised if this is just an absolute, stomping by the Buckeyes.
Pete, looking to another big matchup, which is weird that I'm saying it. Vanderbilt going on the road to Texas. Number 9 Vandy versus number 20 Texas. Arch Manning did bounce back in his last game. In the end, I believe Texas is a 3.5-point favorite in this game. Is this the, I guess you would say, make or break moment for Vanderbilt football?
I was going to go with the Texans. I thought you were going to Texans. Was Cleveland on that list of NFL teams that Steve Sarkisian supposedly is not interested in coaching, which he obviously totally is?
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, you are. Look, this is about Texas. I mean, Vanderbilt's playing with house money. okay, fine, this is cute and all, but it's at some point this is going to stop, and it's going to stop ugly, whether it's now or whether it's the first round of the college football playoff. It's fine. Clark Lee's probably the guy who might be on that LSU list that we were talking about because LSU fans saw Vanderbilt beat them, so therefore they think their head coach is really good. But Texas, they're just not playing well on the line. I mean, the defense is still great. They've got the athletes. I think they keep Diego Pavia from running and doing the things he does to get third down conversions. But that Texas offensive line is just not doing anything. They're not generating any sort of a push. The crazy part is Texas still in the hunt. I mean, they still only have 2 losses. They're still in the mix for big things. I think Texas wins. I don't think it's going to be anything pretty, but I do think they get this done at home. And now we're getting the end of the season's coming up to the window pretty fast here, and there are still a lot of SEC teams that are probably going to end up at 10-2. Someone in this mix, I think it's going to be Tennessee, is going to get 10-2 and be like, we belong in the college football playoff, and nope, they're going to get knocked out. But Texas is an elimination game because if they lose this, Sarkisian's not on a hot seat or anything, but I think that Jets job might start look better and better to some people out there in the Sarkisian camp if this starts to go south.
One thing I think is really interesting around college football, and it just kind of popped up over the past week and a half or so, Pete, is the idea that people are going back and looking at the AP top 25 in the preseason, and you see Texas at number 1 and Penn State at number 2, Clemson at number 4, and all these teams that have just kind of flamed out or really not lived up to anything. And then you look at it now, and it just felt like the rankings were very off in the preseason. And some teams that have jumped up into the top 5, top 10 that were not even close to there when we first started these conversations. Why is it that college football seems so hard to predict right now?
Because of the transfer portal, because everyone's got guys. The problem is you're not sure how all the transfers are going to mesh. So at some places it totally works. At some places like in North Carolina, like Texas Tech, it totally worked. North Carolina, it totally didn't. And then, look, it's still not crazy wrong to have suggested that, all right, well, Texas gets just about everyone back at a supposed upgrade from Quinn Ewers to Arch, and that didn't really happen. Again, they're still there. They're still in the mix for stuff. It's not an insane thought to think that they could win out and, be back in the college football playoff. Penn State obviously, just completely tanked, but that's just a bizarre outlier because they had everyone back except Abdul Carter. There was no excuse because that was a team that went to the Final Four last year and was experienced. This was supposed to be its turn at back, and that just didn't work. I never bought into Clemson. I never thought it was going to work. I never thought it was going to click. It's like, yes, they had everybody back. It's crazy, and they actually had a couple transfers. So there's no excuse in terms of returning experience and starters for the defending ACC champion to not be better, except I just don't think the talent's there compared to the experience.
Pete, Ohio State has the best odds to win the national championship at the moment. Does a second national title push Ryan Day ahead of Urban Meyer and Jim Tressel in Ohio State coaching history?
Does he beat Michigan this year along the way to that second national championship? Because it's the craziest part about this, again, if they go 11-0, I know everyone yells at me when I say this, the Michigan game then doesn't matter. So but it does because he could win two national titles in a row, but if they don't stop that streak, and Michigan might have the right mix on the right day at home, who knows? Then I don't think he goes past that. I mean, Tressel, that's the first love because he got the national championship back. Urban kept it going. So unless if they destroy Michigan 42-5 and win the national championship, then yeah, I think he starts there. But at the very least, it seems like this team, I might be reading this wrong, you guys know it far better than I do, but this is a team that's playing like it's comfortable in its own skin. Like we won the national championship. We've got it. We're made men. And this year, we've got a team that kind of knows it's good, and they're just playing like it week in and week out.
Yeah, I also think Ryan Day's coaching finally like a coach who's comfortable in his own skin, which is, even at points last year, felt like that was just Never going to happen for him, at least at Ohio State. Pete, great stuff. Real quick, give us a definitive list of people that if they called you at 3 a.m. and you had to hide a body, who are they?
Besides you guys? Oh, I've got my people. Oh, I absolutely have that list. It's going to happen at some point. But problem is I'm probably the one on the receiving end of that more than I'd be the one on the giving end of that part of the equation.
Smart not to put the names out there. That's very smart of you. That's
I like
how
you
you
being
get away with it.
you're a foxhole guy, though. I like that about you, Pete.
Absolutely. I don't snitch.
All right, Pete. All right, Foxhole Futech. Be good, buddy.
There, guys.
That was way dangerous. I was like thinking of those words in the Foxhole Futech. You can say it, but in my head, it was a jumbled mess, like everything else is today. 216-474-0092. Would a second title put Ryan Day ahead of Jim Tressel and Urban Meyer in Ohio State coaching lore? We'll react to what Pete had to say. And credit where credit is due. In 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back. Nick Wilson here for my friends at Daisy French Onion Dip. It's simple, guys. When we're watching the game, what do we like to do? We like to dip. All right? What do we like to dip? Chips, wings, veggies.
to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give. Yes! And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
The bye week is here, and the Browns are searching for answers. Which domino will fall first? The most sports talk in the CLE. 92.3 The Fan.
Does he beat Michigan this year along the way to that second national championship? Because craziest part about this, again, if they go 11-0, I know everyone yells at me when I say this, the Michigan game then doesn't matter. But it does, because you could win two national titles in a row, but if they don't stop that streak, and Michigan might have the right mix on the right day at home, who knows, then I don't think he goes past that. I mean, Tressel, that's the first love. He got the national championship back. Urban kept it going. So if they destroy Michigan 42 to -5 and win the national championship, then yeah, I think he starts there. But at the very least, it seems like this team, I might be reading this wrong, you guys know it far better than I do, but this is a team that's playing like it's comfortable in its own skin.
That was Pete Futak, College Football News, talking about Ryan Day and the implications of a second title. And if it tells you anything about how excited I am for this Ohio State-Penn State game, I was more interested in that answer than Pete talking about the boat show or the boat race that Ohio State's going to throw on Penn State this weekend.
Now I'm just thinking about the line, last year's Ohio State-Michigan line, because that was also 20.5 points.
I mean, well, this would be this. I mean, they just fired James Franklin. This would be the ultimate fumble.
Last year's Michigan game was the ultimate fumble.
Yeah, but that's at least like the rivalry game.
I just remember the last time I spoke out about basically sleepwalking through an Ohio State game. It was that game, and it was a 20.5 point spread is what it ended up being, and then they embarrassed me, Nick.
It's
That's
interesting.
What
so we asked Pete that about that, and he mentioned you beat Michigan. That was pretty much the sentiment on social media, which was, well, you got to beat Michigan, and I'm like, I don't know. I think 2 national championships and back-to-back years. I think this national championship would be more impressive than the first one.
It's always harder to win back-to-back. The second one's always harder than the first one.
I also, like, redshirt freshman quarterback. You rebuilt the defense.
You took 15
lost
guys to the
coordinators.
NFL.
Yeah. And
that's
listen,
insane.
And by the way, you somehow, I think, upgraded at quarterback. Is that too early to say?
You definitely did, in my opinion.
Julian Sands better than Will Howard?
I liked Will Howard. I think we all liked Will Howard. But, I guess, are we talking playoff Will Howard or are we talking regular season Will Howard?
I think the second one, yeah.
Because playoff Will Howard was on another level. It's like Lamar Jackson in the Joe Flacco for the Ravens so many years ago. That was like great 6-week stretch. That's all you really needed to see.
I think the idea that in 14 months, Ryan Day could go from people saying after that Michigan game last year, fire him, there's no excuse, he's a clown, he doesn't get the rivalry, that if he beats Michigan this year and wins a second national championship, that somehow in 14 months he could leapfrog 2 guys who were like especially Tressel. Like Urban always felt like somebody else's coach because of the Florida stuff. But Jim Tressel was the standard at Ohio State in my eyes as a fan, and I could see a lot of people just being like, nope, Ryan Day's the best thing other than Woody in the history.
So one thing I'm interested to see and how basically the college football world does this, and I don't know that we have a good grasp on it right now, but maybe a couple years down the road we'll start to get there. I wonder if we start counting the Tressel championships or even like the Urban Meyer championship here almost as double in and of itself. Because the playoff and giving yourself the 12-team field to basically have the oopsies that you had during the regular season, like Ryan Day had last year, to be able to overcome that. But like in most situations, like if they played in the same field that Urban Meyer played on or that Tressel played on, you would have been nowhere close to the national title game. And so I'm curious to see how people deal with that moving forward.
Yeah, it's interesting because on one hand, making the playoffs is going to have a lot more coaches employed. Like, I'll be honest with you, Brian Kelly not winning a national championship wasn't his biggest crime at LSU. It was never making the playoffs.
Yeah.
I think that's what people took the greatest amount of umbrage with. So, like, at the same point, it's going to keep more guys employed for longer because that's going to be the accomplishment. And if you're making the playoffs but not winning a championship, you'll say, well, you got to win 4 games to get it right.
Or even like look at how many people will be like what Ryan Day was last year, where you enter as an 8 seed, and I'm not even saying win the title, but let's say you make it to the Final Four. All right, that's really good. Like then that looks much better than what it typically typically looked.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a playoff win becomes what a national championship win would mean previously, just because, well, you made it and you didn't get bounced out in the first round. I don't know. The tricky thing is, like, this version of Ryan Day is different than last year's. He was still coaching uptight, and you could feel it in certain moments, the Michigan game certainly being one of them. I kind of feel like we've got the pressure-free Ryan Day right now, and I think this guy's much more interesting than that other guy. I don't hear him force it in his interviews the way he did. I don't see him force it in certain games like it felt like he did. Like, I think this guy's coaching free, and I think we could be in the midst of an all-time run, because I think if you win this year, Sand's going to be back another year. Jeremiah Smith's going to be back. Any issues you have the previous year, like, I think if you win this year, it should almost be the expectation that you three-peat, which is unheralded that we would think that way.
I did like the shot that he was taking at Jim Knowles earlier in the week. I thought that was kind of fun. Like, little things like that Ryan Day just wouldn't historically do.
But, like, previously, even like guys, if we just go to the interactions, he totally lost that beef with Lou Holtz.
Oh, yeah. Lou Holtz stuffed him in a locker.
It was like the worst comebacks ever. And now he, like, dunked on Jim Knowles, and I was like,
but it's great.
This is a brand new day.
Well, when you win a title, when you win a title, this is the validation that you've been seeking, and you got it. And when you get it, that does a lot for someone. It really does.
Well, but we've gotten to a point where, here's the other thing. I also think what's helping him right now is just how much he aced replacing Jim Knowles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He's getting widespread, just rave reviews about the idea that Patricia's just awesome.
Even the Bowen, the O-line coach, has already kind of shown you something more than the previous O-line coach showed you. Like, I think it's going to be really interesting, because right now, I think it's fair if you say, well, look at the amount of teams that are going to be in. Every year we have a different team. Sure, that might be one way. The gap between Ohio State and everybody else right now, unless it's Indiana or Oregon surprises people, I'm not that afraid of Texas A&M. Like,
I saw the one AP voter had Ohio State at third, by the way. Did you see that guy?
So it was A&M and Indiana ahead of them?
Yeah.
Was he out of Junction?
No, he's out of I think it was like Iowa or somewhere. The voter said he liked A&M's offense better, and then he used the head-to-head matchup against Illinois to justify the Indiana ranking, because Indiana beat Illinois by like 50, I think 53 in total, whereas Ohio State only beat them by like 30. Like, these are the hoops that people have to jump through to try to, like, downplay anything that Ohio State has done this year.
If voters want us to take them seriously, they have to stop doing stupid stuff like this. And by the way, I actually would give Indiana a chance.
I like he had a reason for it, at least. I don't agree with his reason, but I like that he at least had a reason for it.
Okay, but you had an opinion. It wasn't a good one, but you had an opinion.
Well, at least he had an opinion. Some of these voters, I feel like they don't even watch the games. They just kind of throw it out there and then just it's like the Baseball Hall of Fame voters, where they just kind of just I like that player, but I cover food for the Seattle Times now, so I have an opinion on the Baseball Hall of Fame. It's like, no, you shouldn't have that opinion.
You know how I want it. I want the BCS back until the playoff rankings take over, and then I want the side-by-side every week. Here's what the BCS thinks for the top 12 teams, and here's what the committee thinks.
I always knew you liked supercomputers.
Ones that actually work. Is that cold-blooded?
Debatable?
Well, the good news is it went over Dylan's head. Because he's short. He's a tiny little guy.
The twist. I didn't know you were a supercomputer guy.
Just the BCS.
Just the BCS?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I didn't like it. I didn't like it when it was 2 teams.
Yeah.
Now, 16 teams. That's fair, right?
I don't know. I think we'll find reasons to complain about everything, but I do think that Ohio State is going to have the hard thing that's going to run in for them is that we haven't seen them really play anyone of consequence outside of Texas right now. And maybe the Washington game, are you going to count that?
Yes.
Like it's going to be. I mean. It's gonna be a hard uphill battle for people to convince themselves, outside of people that watch them every week like we do and like Ohio State, that this Ohio State team has done enough to be considered that much better than everyone else.
216-474-0092. What would a second straight national championship due for Ryan Day's legacy at Ohio State. When we come back, we've got trust in Kevin Stefanski trust in Shedeur Sanders from Kevin Stefanski, and the big Myles Garrett rumor. All that leads off the lead in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Trey Savage's remarkable performance last night is the stuff of chills. This is a guy that hadn't played in the major leagues until September.
afternoon drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
If the Browns make a move, you'll hear it here first. The NFL trade deadline is 4 p.m. on Tuesday. Get all of the latest news from around the league on your flagship home for Cleveland Browns football.
This penalty's declined.
We are Sports Radio 92.3 The Fan. It's 5 o'clock on The Fan, and it's time for The Lead with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin on Afternoon Drive.
And the Fan is looking for a winner. Be the ninth caller right now. 216-474-0092 to win a pair of tickets to see Foo Fighters with Queens of the Stone Age August 10th at Huntington Bank Field. Tickets on sale this Friday at 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com. It's all from Live Nation and 92.3 The Fan.
I noticed you didn't say the third band.
They didn't give. It's not listed here.
It's not listed. I got to tell you, the guy who voiced that spot you heard right before we came in, he said it with a gusto.
Yeah, what is that third band? I don't even know.
It's a Mannequin.
I see Foo Fighters, Queens of the Stone
something.
Age. I have nothing else. I have no frame of reference.
Mannequin, maybe Mannequin Arm. I don't think it's Mannequin Arm.
Mannequin Elbow?
Yeah. By the way, as funny as that name is for a band,
you
got to realize how self-defeating it is when nobody can say what the name of your band is. It's like Bleeps Creek on as a show.
Yeah, it just seems stupid.
Yeah, like my kids forever, like still, they're like, Dad, can we say the name of the show? And I'm like, it's the name of the show.
Like I know,
I'm not the FCC. You're fine.
There are some artists out there that think to themselves like, oh, I don't even need the radio to make this all work. And congratulations to them, but
that's how you open up for two bigger bands for about 40 years of your life.
It just seems really stupid to me. It seems like it would have been a much better play to just kind of make it Elbow Mannequin.
All right. Elbow Mannequin?
What was your joke with Mannequin? I don't remember.
Well, no, I
think I said elbow. I don't know.
You
which
put
one
the
of us,
mannequin
we just
second.
We just did body parts. Was mannequin elbow?
Yeah, it's mannequin. That's
now
funny.
Was that it? And I'm a little curious. I'm like, what happened with that mannequin's elbow?
You're curious about mannequin something. The lead here, Mary Kay Cabot at Cleveland.com. Join the Morning Boys earlier today, and she talked about the Browns' timeline to turn to Shedeur Sanders.
I know that they want to give him a good long time to see what he can do, to come up that learning curve, and it's a twofold process here. It's not just what Dylan can or can't do, but it's how ready is Shedeur. And if Shedeur were ready in 2 or 3 weeks, then I think they would throw him in there. But I think they have to know that he's going to go out there and be able to function, and not just function, but function in this particular offense, an offense that is struggling in so many different ways right now, and you don't want to shatter a rookie quarterback's confidence. So he's got to be able to go out there and protect himself. He can't retreat like he did in college. They have to know that he is ready to go out there and that everybody else is ready to support him in the way that he's going to need.
Oh, no, I just thought of a nightmare scenario, Nick, that had not crossed my mind.
Does it involve a mannequin?
No, and not even a mannequin's elbow. Don't make me lose the thought now. I'm going to lose the thought. When Mary Kay was talking, all I kept thinking to myself is, they're going to think they wrecked Dylan Gabriel by putting him out there too early. And so reflexively, if they don't put out Shedeur Sanders, they're going to do so under the idea of, we're protecting Shedeur. We're trying to make sure that Shedeur doesn't end up like Dylan as a broken toy who can't read the field. And I would just tell them that's wrong. There's no need to protect Shedeur in this instance. He's more than capable of playing. Put him out there. Don't make Dylan all of a sudden have you living in your fears.
I mean, this is an organization that reacts to its own failures pretty severely. For instance, they threw so many picks last year that they were like, okay, we're basically going to dumb down the offense and vanilla it up so much that we're going to turn Joe Flacco into Dylan Gabriel for 4 weeks and then turn Dylan Gabriel into a pile of steaming something or other.
And I understand that, and you're right. In some instances, they do seem like they course correct in like too extreme of a ways, but in other instances, they've decided, hey, we're going to take a wide receiver in the third round, and then watch that fail. And then what do they do the next year? Hey, we're going to take a wide receiver in the third round, and then they watch that fail. And then the next year, hey, we're going to take a wide receiver in the third round. And so, like, I need them to be in the path of, we think we're right about this. We're going to continue to just do it when it comes to putting these quarterbacks out there.
I believe that the Browns are telling people, we'll put Shedeur out there when he's ready. I think it's more complicated than that. Because one, there's no guarantee Shedeur is going to be ready by their metrics or anybody else's. Two, Shedeur could already be ready, and they could just be protecting Dillon Gabriel. Because I think the third option here is how ready is Shedeur might also translate to when can you no longer defend playing Dillon Gabriel any longer. And that is predicated off Dillon's play, but the locker room's tolerance for Dillon and the locker room's belief in Kevin Stefanski's ability to choose the right quarterback to put out there. So any one of or all three of those things could be synonymous with how ready is Shedeur Sanders, and that's what makes this. Like, it seems so easy, right? If there weren't biases, if there wasn't the human element involved here, yes, all of this sounds so easy. It's not, because it's like a damn game of Jenga with these guys, and they seem to I don't think it's overthink. I think it's that they, in the process to get to a quorum, I think weeds out too many like common sense things to distill it to the dumbest point, or like the point that maybe fits their narrative about Dillon Gabriel.
Odyssey Sports betting insider Nick Kostos was on with Baskin and Phelps today. He questioned Kevin Stefanski's trust in Shedeur.
Browns' last preseason game. They're playing the Rams, and they're playing backups. And Shedeur, I think, took like 9 sacks in the game and like attempted like 9 passes in a preseason game. That's the reason he's not playing, is because I don't think Kevin Stefanski believes he can run the offense. I think an interesting betting market would be who will start more games this year for the Browns moving forward, Bailey Zappi or Shedeur Sanders.
Still don't love the fact he says Shedeur like that. That really, the Rams game thing just annoys me. And again, it is a useful metric if you're not watching this team a lot. This is not about Nick Kostos. It's that just happens to be the one preseason game that falls in line with the Browns' logic. I don't think Kevin has ever trusted Shedeur. I think that's why he wanted to draft Dillon Gabriel, because he trusts Dillon Gabriel. There's something that Dillon showed him in the pre-draft process with his tape and who he is that Kevin bought lock, stock, and smoking barrel in on, and he just never bought all the way in on Shedeur. And then if you draft a guy that somebody's not bought in on, they're going to feel forced upon, which means it's going to be even harder for them to earn trust there. And what is the one thing you and I know? Kevin's offense is his whoopee, all right? So the things he likes to do offensively, he's going to stick to those things, even if that's not what fits the quarterback. The things, by the way, the terminologies that Kevin uses, he's going to stick to those, and the nomenclature that he uses, because that's what he considers to be winning football.
I'm waiting for the moment that his eyes get wide open to the idea that Dillon Gabriel is making him look like an idiot. It's going to happen. I wish it already would have happened. It's going to happen. At some point, he's going to look on some of the tape, Nick, and he's going to see that Dillon Gabriel's missing all these opportunities, and the offense is sputtering, and if he believes in his offense the way that he believes in it, he's not going to turn around and look at that tape and say, no, that's my problem. I'm not creating enough opportunities for Dillon. If he's got the ego I think he does, he's going to turn around and he's going to say, no, this is on Dillon. Dillon's not hitting the shots. Dillon's not hitting Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, Gabriel's the reason why he had 2 targets last week and wasn't able to even link up in one completion. I think at some point he's going to turn on Dillon Gabriel, and when he does, that's when it gets interesting.
The 2 signs that you're looking for that a benching of Dillon Gabriel is nigh. The first one is kind of what we've heard from Mary Kay Cabot on the station this week, that Shedeur looks good in practice. That is some evidence that she's hearing that the Browns like what they see from Shedeur, even if they're not ready to rubber stamp he's ready. The second thing is Kevin choosing his offense over Dillon Gabriel in the form of the big plays are there. Mm-hmm. He just needs to make them.
He has to watch these games. I think he's got too much belief in his offense to watch these games and say, that's my problem. I'm not scheming these guys right. Because he's seeing guys are open. Dillon's not hitting them. Nick Shook of NFL.com. This is yours. I'm going to do it anyway.
I'm furious.
Joined us today at 3. You can do the next 2. We asked him how much an elite receiver would change this Browns offense.
This is essentially the Joe Flacco experiment, right? You're thinking, okay, let's put Jamar Chase on this roster. The Browns could have done the same thing the Bengals did with Joe Flacco and Jamar Chase. And, I would subscribe to that notion to a degree. I also don't know if that is necessarily the smartest something to consider with this team right now. They're in a position where they have amassed a good amount of draft capital, and they are building for the future. If you want the immediate return, yes, a star receiver would I think elevate this offense, and no matter who's playing quarterback, I think that's true for most any team. But is it, first, those aren't really available without giving up a lot, and I don't think the Browns are in the position to make a deal like that. I could put that on the plate of the Buffalo Bills, even maybe the Baltimore Ravens, but not the Browns.
I think a lot of this depends, if you're the Browns, on your confidence in getting the quarterback in 2026. If you look ahead and say, I think we're going to be a top 3 pick, and I think we're going to get a quarterback that will fit what we want to do and will fit a franchise quarterback motif. If you believe that you're in that position, then you get the receiver when you get the receiver. Meaning, if there's one available, and I think age matters. A.J. Brown's probably a little too old for this conversation, but if Brian Thomas Jr. is available, that fits your timeline. Garrett Wilson's still just 25 years old. That would fit your timeline. So, and now if you don't feel like the quarterback's in this next draft, or that you don't think you're going to be in a position to do it, then unfortunately you do have to hold your cards until you're assured some sort of clarity that you're going to be able to draft the quarterback of the future.
I mean, if the bet is Brian Thomas better than a first-round pick next year that you'd find with the wide receiver, that answer is obviously yes. Yeah. And that's where I think it's a cool thing for the Browns to take a look at some of these trades, even if it does feel like you're a year or maybe even 2 years away from really having everything figured out. He's such a good player. The obvious answer is you'd make that bet.
Yeah, I think there's this order of operations in a lot of people's minds that it's like, we'll get the quarterback and then get the receiver. And that has worked out like that with Buffalo, with Stephon Diggs, after you got Josh Allen. Certainly that's worked out for other situations, but Tyreek Hill was drafted before Patrick Mahomes. So the importance is to get the guy. Yeah. And those guys don't come available all the time. So if one does come available, and again, you see a clear path to a quarterback in the 2026 draft that is somebody you'd be willing to take that chance on, I think you'd be dumb not to do it, especially if you can get creative and instead of giving up picks, you can maybe turn. And again, I'm speaking in for instances. This is not a literal thing, but if somebody favors Denzel Ward at the trade deadline, and you can turn that into a player like a Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah, I promise you, J.J. McCarthy's not hurt by having Justin Jefferson on his team.
Yeah.
I'd say it's never a bad thing.
And Jordan Addison.
Never a bad thing. Cavs head coach Kenny Atkinson called the team's offense a work in progress after their 20-point loss to the Celtics last night.
We're average to sub-average. Again, we're not moving that thing around like we should, and we got to get back to our identity a little. We're hungry. We're a focus group. I think tonight, it just wasn't a great. It was one of those nights in the NBA where you just weren't great. It kind of outplayed us at every position. We lost a coaching battle, so it happens. So we'll bounce back. We got a good group. We got great leadership. For some reason, we didn't have the requisite juice tonight.
Yeah, that was, I don't know, it was more embarrassing, the way you lost to the Celtics or the reaction to the Celtics loss.
People really didn't handle that one very well. And listen, I got it. The offense has not been particularly good. It was not a good Evan Mobley game any way that you slice it up. And I understand that it's more than just 6 games. And this is a conversation that's 3 years in the making for a lot of people. But if you're going to give Evan Mobley the patience to figure it out, now is the time to do that.
I'd also say, we're still in the love bubble of this season, and they're playing a lot of guys who I don't think are going to be playing in about 6 to 8 weeks' time, because you're trying to figure out who will bridge that gap to Darius, who will bridge that gap to Max Strus. So it's not that there's nothing to see here. This is the time of the year where you're trying stuff out. Listen, I think the conversation about Donovan taking over games is asinine.
Well, look at what happened last night. Donovan didn't score from the second half on. Really started the third quarter on, and you watched how the offense sputtered.
But this would be the time of the year that if you go to Donovan and say, I know what you can do, let Evan Mobley see if he can take over the game consistently, this would be the time of the year that you try stuff. Because quite frankly, the first 20 games are just exploratory. Then the next 20 games are kind of about locking in, and then the final 40 are kind of the stretch run. Give or take 5 or 10 games on either side of those 3 quadrants of the NBA season. That is the lead, guys. When we come back, a Godfather offer reportedly for Myles Garrett. Does this change anything for the Cleveland Browns? That's in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
YouTube channel and get the best content from our shows each and every weekday. That's 923 The Fan on YouTube. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 923 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
The NFL trade deadline is 4 p.m. Tuesday. Stay here for all the latest from Berea and all across the league. Cleveland's Sports Radio, 92.3 The Fan.
Back on Afternoon Drive, Cash. Love it! Hate it! Coming up in 1 hour's time, giving us his picks for the weekend. We'll have quick hits coming up in 40 minutes time as well, because I forgot about doing that until just now. So that'll come up in about 40 minutes. A lot of good stuff in quick hits today on both sides.
Very excited for it. I was going to get upset if we didn't do it because I have so much good stuff for it.
Yeah, that's usually what I start my prep with because it's an easy launch into. Like, you just find like 4 or 5 things, like videos or whatever. It's the easiest thing to do for me. But then I'll generate topics off that, and then I can kind of ease into talking about the Browns.
For me, it's just an all day, all night, all everything venture, right? And so then I'm like bookmarking things, and then you just collect it all in the morning.
I like to do. This is kind of how I work creatively. I like to do a lot in a small amount of time, and then stop for a while, and then come back. And a flurry of prep, and then unless of course it's just watching games, at which that's just an act of patience at this point.
Yeah. No, quick hits is an always evolving thing. And then like in the mornings, I like to sit down and actually just, hang out and do it all.
I also like to play Madden in the mornings, and I'm very bad.
How'd you do today?
We're undefeated, but I might be out on Madden.
Why?
I think it's a time suck. And I was thinking about this morning, and I was like, that was kind of a waste of my time this morning. I didn't really do anything productive there.
I heard you say something similar to Tom Withers.
And then I played 2 more games.
So you acknowledged it was a time suck, and then you're like, let's do more of this?
So I was thinking about that while going to the bathroom this morning, and then I went and took a shower, because I'd already played like an hour in the morning,
okay.
And then I take the shower, and after it was like, I got time to kill, and it literally killed all my time. Just absolutely, what a time suck.
But it's a hobby, though. That's fun. It's just a little. I don't know. I like
fulfilling
things.
hobbies. I think that's the thing.
Oh, then good. Then ditch it.
Yeah.
If you got better things to do with your time, then great. Go do those things. But I just want to make sure you weren't just kind of like I don't know, sitting at the wall, being like, "Hey, can I go to work yet?"
By the way.
Yeah.
Somebody. Are you guys seeing me eat Doritos in the break?
I don't have the YouTube up. Is that happening?
Right. Well, because
they don't shut it off right away.
It's K.I. Johns 4 saying, Nick, quickly hit those Doritos. You're right.
Yeah, because we got it's like 15 seconds or so before it cuts us off.
Did I hit that quickly? Was I that?
Maybe.
Was I that fat? Oh, darn. All right. Listen, yesterday...
They were good, I'm sure.
About half the show was Myles Garrett trade rumors.
Like Madden and Doritos. You're like 2 seconds away from being Zion Williamson.
16 years old again. If only there was a hint of desperation in my personal life.
Where's the Mountain Dew?
Yeah. Oh, I can't do that now.
Jake wanted me to make sure to let you know that, yes, you were that quick with the Doritos.
Great. That's awesome.
It's great. That's not a big deal. You got to eat.
I don't have to.
It's a 5-hour show. You get to eat at some point.
Yeah, okay. Yes. All right. I had to eat when I had restaurant food earlier. I don't have to eat with these. I'm just being fat. If we're just being very clear about what's happening here, I'm just being obese.
Listen, and hand up, I've already admitted the despicable job that I've done with myself over the past couple weeks with this Halloween candy. So if that's as bad as it gets for yourself, I think you're ahead of the curve, man.
It won't be.
If that's
even a little bit.
I'm really trying to make this good for you.
You got a bag of candy in the car too.
Yeah. Well, hey, Halloween is tomorrow, right? Does that add up right? Is that
You're
right?
being very generous here, and you don't need to be. Nick Wilson, known fat. Now, that being said, Myles Garrett took up, and the idea of a trade took up a lot of yesterday. And it all started Tuesday when Albert Breer and Connor Orr had the conversation about why the Browns' timeline doesn't match up with maybe Myles Garrett's timeline and why it would make sense to trade Myles. The Browns have since, through numerous reporters, have said, no chance. And listen, I think we know how far we can take the Browns' word on anything, but that closed the door until Charles Robinson of Yahoo Sports, well connected to the Browns organization, went on 102.5 The Game in Nashville. And this would be, I think, the third time in 5 weeks that we've played him talking about the Cleveland Browns on a station in Nashville in 5 weeks.
Yeah, think about how sad this is for Nashville sports radio, by the way. It's like, we got to keep having Charles on. Anytime he talks Browns, the numbers go crazy.
I think it was just, can we stop talking about Jeffrey Simmons and trading him for a low price? I think that's where...
Or they probably really don't want to talk about Cam Ward sucking up the joint at this point.
Nah, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. Or he won't. That's all right. The new head coach will run him off in a year, and then they'll draft another guy. That's just how that's going to work there. And then he'll get fired, and it's a vicious cycle. But Charles had a pretty strong report here on maybe a team, a surprise team, or maybe not, that is lusting after Myles Garrett.
Rumor going around, and I have not heard it out of the Eagles, but I've heard it from a couple of other high-ranking people in other teams that are clearly on the phones, that, Howie Roseman and the Eagles are super hot after Myles Garrett, and how he'd give up like 3 first-round picks for him, which, if it's coming from the Eagles, those are 3 late firsts. So it's like even arguable when you get through the draft process, how many first-round grades do you really have? Maybe you have between 14 and 18 in a typical year. And that means that if you're drafting in the late 20s, early 30s, you're not even getting a player that's really considered on your board unless you're lucky. But yeah, so that's kind of like this rumor that's out there that, hey, like Howie would really love a shot at him. But again, I was told by the Browns they're not interested in moving him.
Now, I think the reason why this is even more interesting is that Andrew Berry came back to Cleveland after a short stint in Philadelphia and has consistently told everyone how much he admires Howie Roseman and what he learned from his time in Philly.
Not just admires, says he thought he's been on the record before saying he's the best GM in all football. Like, he is not just admires. I mean, that is his role model in the football world. And also, Andrew Berry's twin brother works for the Eagles too. There's a lot of connections to the Eagles between the two teams.
Can I share my concern in this?
Twin brothers doing business?
I think it's more... I think there's a chance.
He's trying to help out Philadelphia?
I think there's a chance if Andrew Berry gets fired this year, he ends back up in Philadelphia.
It's a logical leap that you're taking.
And the funny thing is, the headline should be 3 first-rounders. There's something a little too incestuous here about this report being out there, about just this idea. Like, I almost wouldn't trust Andrew Berry to make... I would trust any other GM in the NFL to make this trade, because it's a 30-year-old edge rusher for 3 first-rounders. That's an incredible haul no matter where those picks go. That's a quarterback haul for an edge rusher.
Mm-hmm.
Except Andrew Berry is just a little... He would have to recuse himself. We'd have to have JW slide in and negotiate.
Does this have to be approved by the Haslams? Like, does the NFL have to come in and step in and make sure that it's all in the up and up?
Yeah, well, maybe it's like when you change dealers at a blackjack table where they do the thing of
watch the hands clean.
Show here, watch the hands clean, and then Glenn Cook comes in and goes, I got change for 50, and then he says, it'll be 4 first-rounders, nerd.
I thought you were doing Vegas Vacation, the changing 500.
Yep.
Yeah, that one. I listen, does this change anything for me? First off, I love the idea that a team like the Eagles are involved in this. I love the idea that it's super hot was the term that he used.
Super hot.
How do we even gauge that? He's super hot over Myles Garrett?
It's like you're like 13 years old and you watch the scrambled stuff on Skinamax when you see something like, oh, that's that hot.
That's super hot.
Yeah. I just caught a glimpse.
So we've had Jalen Ramsey traded for multiple firsts before. Laramie Tunzel was traded for, I believe, 3 firsts. Like, we've gotten to this level where you can legitimately say a team would trade this type of capital. Does it intrigue you though? Even Charles kind of put a damper on it, saying that every pick for the Eagles would be 25 and less and everything like that. First off, I don't know that that's entirely true. It seems like it's probably more true than not. But that part doesn't really change the math for me.
Yeah, I mean, I think, listen, if the Browns, if Howie Roseman called up Andrew Berry and said, I'll give you 3 firsts for Myles Garrett, that's his first offer. If you out of hand reject that, that's dumb. No matter any of the other things you said about me not trusting Andrew Berry to make this and a little bit of I'll scratch your back if you give me a job when I get fired, no matter how uncomfortable that part of this makes me, you just have to talk about it. 3 first rounds. Again, it's a quarterback offer. Like the Rams didn't get this offer for Matt Stafford, or the Lions didn't get this offer for Matt Stafford. Think back to, like, this is roughly half the offer of what you gave up for Deshaun Watson.
Right.
So I understand that there's a lot of complications to this. And again, I don't know this is the exact deal that I'd say yes to, in fairness. But if you don't have this conversation, I don't know what the point of you being an organization is. Like, this is the exact kind of, hey, let's think one more time about this because we're never going to get this offer again.
And think about it. The Browns always tell us that they constantly have conversations, right? They're open to every conversation. But then the only thing we have from the Browns is from Schefter 24 hours ago saying that you got a better chance of winning the lottery than getting a trade for Myles Garrett. You see how it doesn't compute here?
Yeah.
It continues to just not add up. But that's why I told you yesterday that I thought the Schefter report, if anything, raised the stakes for me from 3% to 6% about a potential Myles Garrett deal.
I have a working theory on this.
All right, let's hear it.
I think the Browns want credit for not trading Myles Garrett. I think, what's the old line from Mad Men? If you don't like what people are saying about you, change the conversation.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Right now, people are saying you're 2-6, and Barry and Stefanski are almost certain to get fired, and these guys don't know their head from their ass.
So at least you're not Jerry Jones?
Yeah.
Is that the credit? Like, at least you're not going to trade a franchise player?
Well, I think it is. We didn't get enough credit for not trading Myles in the first place. Well, now let's put this out there again in one way or another, and then we'll say categorically, we're not doing that. And that is some stand. It's not, when I say credit, what I really mean is it's trying to show, hey, united front, we're not that organization anymore. I can understand if that would be an angle that this team that is so hell-bent on controlling narratives about them, could I see them, I don't want to say leaking a report, could I see them throwing ideas out there and for the media to salivate on and then dismissing it out of hand as like a show of solidarity or a show that they're not completely lost in the sauce? Yeah, I can't put that past this organization because honestly, at this point, I think they might care about machinations more than they actually, or how things are viewed, more than they actually care about wins and losses.
Right now, it feels like if that's their goal, it's backfiring on them. Because there are more people that when we did the conversation in February about Myles Garrett claimed you cannot trade Myles Garrett that are now like, why didn't they trade Myles Garrett 6 months ago?
Yeah.
Why, if you're going to be this bad, if you're going to be a 2-6 team with no threat of winning, and it seems like next year with the quarterback class is probably going to be up in the air as well, why didn't you just trade him anyway? Like, they're not winning this. If that was their goal, they're not winning the conversation.
Yeah, well, honestly, I think the other part of leaking this week is they're sick of people talking about how Andrew Berry can't show up to media availability, something he's done the first 5 years he was here. I think everybody was very quick to be like, right now, the Browns, I think I would not put it past that group to leak just about anything in a name. It's 2-6. It's Barry's leaving Stefanski out to dry. The fans and media have this team dead to rights. They are desperate. And like so much of everything that they've done implies desperation and or at the very least division between Barry and Stefanski. So I can't put it. And by the way, I don't respect it. I don't. If you're trying to do diversionary tactics, this is a supposition. It's not a fact. But if this is the game you're trying to play when you're halfway into what's going to be a lost season, I just think it might be more pathetic than anything else they've done, which is saying something because the recent track record is about as low as it can be with this organization.
Well, I mean, 2 weeks ago after the Miami game, we got the Jimmy Haslam quotes to Diana Rossini, followed up to the quotes to Ian Rappaport, and then this last couple days we've gotten what we can only assume is Andrew Berry. It's not saying Andrew Berry quotes, but we're assuming Andrew Berry quotes given off to Schefter and everybody else. What are we going to get next week?
So to the specific offer,
going to finally speak? I don't know.
So I do want to. I want to give you a reason in about 5 minutes why. There's another reason you have to consider this if you're the Browns. But right now, the crux of this is it is the most analytically driven organization in the NFL. And it's why, like, when we've had Sumer Sports on, Lindsey Rhodes, before Myles requested a trade, last year was
on it.
You should trade Myles Garrett for draft picks. And then everybody was really mean to her in her mentions, which is really not great, guys. But we're working on it, okay? We'll get through this together. But, like, you cannot tell me that if this is true, which is a whole nother part of this, on if it's actually true. If it's true, the Browns being the foremost analytical organization in football, to dismiss out of hand 3 first-round picks offered for Myles Garrett would be the most counterintuitive thing. Like, that would be another sign to me of, like, dysfunction or that you can't get on the same page if you're not following the own logic, which is, hey, this is an incredible offer for an aging player, we at least have to have serious conversations about what that Godfather offer looks like.
Well, that's why the saving grace of this report is that Charles didn't get it directly from the Eagles. He said he got it from other people around the NFL. So, because it doesn't make sense. You're right. It doesn't make sense to, how would I even defend them turning a deal down that is offered up like this for Miles with where this team currently is? You can't do it.
216-474-0092. Want to hear from you guys on this. Again, Myles Garrett, the trade reports keep a coming. Of course, yesterday the Browns dismissed out of hand. 0 chance. You have a better chance winning the lottery. Woo! Those cut-ups, they're just so darn funny. Those guys. Not good at football. Bringing a lot of dudes who really brought shame to this organization, but they can spin a pithy tweet like nobody, and I mean nobody, would. But now we've got Charles Robinson on 102.5 The Game in Nashville saying the Eagles are super hot. Ooh, so hot. On the trail of Myles Garrett would be willing to offer 3 firsts. Is that the kind of Godfather offer the Browns have to consider? Another reason why it doesn't matter where those picks would be in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. Hey, guys.
Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
You can now watch The Fan live on YouTube. Catch The Ken Carman Show with Anthony Lima from 6 till 10 a.m. and Afternoon Drive with Nick Wilson and Jonathan Peterlin from 2 to 7 p.m. each and every weekday. It's free. Subscribe to 92.3 The Fan on YouTube.
Back on Afternoon Drive. Quick hits coming up in 15 minutes. Cash, love it! Hate it! Coming up at 6:30 today with his picks for the week. You and I just found the absolute perfect thing to nerd out on.
Yeah.
Things that you and I have nerded out on before include career earnings for NBA players and guessing like a number at where they are and then seeing how far off we are.
That's just a fun game. I just love that game.
I mean, the idea Andrew Wiggins could retire after this contract and he would have cleared $300 million. That feels like the system's broken.
Yeah, every now and then you think about like what you'd be better at than like 90% of society in.
Yeah.
I think that like guessing NBA contracts and what somebody's made in their life, I think I'm in like the 10 percentile of society in
We
that.
could have a sports Price is Right, where it's just sports, kind of like sports questions, but it's like for the yodeler. But instead
and
of
it goes
like,
up and we do the music and everything.
Yeah, but it'd be like tens of millions of dollars that you'd be off by. God, sports yodeler. Hear it here first. But we just did not monthly. We did total listens of like the top 10 songs for each band. And what blew my mind is every one of Nickelback's top 10 songs have 177 million listens or more. And their top song has 1.5 billion listens on one very specific music listening app. That just feels like a lot. I mean, that feels like that's a lot. That's too much.
I mean, that's always been the joke with Nickelback, though. Is it's like at one point they sold like 50 million albums for one of their CDs. It was like people are buying it.
I understand
Paragraph. They're like the butt of everyone's joke, but people buy it.
I understand Paragraph. I understand How You Remind Me.
How You Remind Me is a big one.
I understand like 2 or 3 more songs.
I liked Rockstar, oddly enough, but
that's not a huge one.
I don't even like Nickelback, but I could just name you 4 songs that I've gone back and I've listened to and I've been like, all right, cool.
But that's the problem with Nickelback. I'm okay with you guys listening that much to Nickelback on 4 or 5 songs. 10 songs, rehab. It's real. It's helpful. It's changed people's lives. You do not need to listen to the other 5 Nickelback songs that much.
I mean, how this started was I was telling you that in like every now and then when I get drunk, I like to listen to country music. That's just a reality of me. Like 90s country, it just happens, right? And the amount of 90s country songs that you look up on Spotify that have like 300 million views, and you're like, this was like I barely even remember this song. It was an okay song. It wasn't a great song. It's an okay song. It's astounding to me.
The one that blew me away was almost every song in the top 10 for Bruno Mars had 1 billion streams, with most of them having 2 or 3 billion.
Yeah, the man played the Super Bowl. The man's wildly popular.
And craziest part is he's the number 2 biggest artist on that platform.
Number 2.
Number 2.
That being said, we just talked about the Godfather offer, reportedly, that the Eagles could be making in hot pursuit. That sounds tawdry if you ask me, but for Myles Garrett. I think it's really easy to get locked in on what Charles Robinson got locked in on 102.5 The Game in Nashville, which is, well, they'll all be 25th or lower. I understand that idea, but you're thinking of first-round picks in the wrong way. What you'd be looking for if you were to make that deal, if you're the Browns, is that it just gives you ammunition that whether it's to trade up for a quarterback in the draft or to trade for a veteran quarterback that might not be available right now that we don't see, that you would have ammunition to do that, and it wouldn't hurt you the way when you traded for Deshaun that happened.
It's moves on the chessboard, and that's what matters. The funny part of this is that anyone you ask about trading a bunch of pieces for Myles Garrett for and get in return, the obvious answer back is, do you trust the guys to even make those picks? And so like this is where this becomes tough. Like, would Andrew Berry make this move to lessen the team to then believe he's going to be the one to even take the picks? And on top of it, would Jimmy Haslam say, okay, great, yeah, you're good at this now? I don't know that one draft does that for Jimmy Haslam.
I can only go by what I hear from the media, and there's a lot of people lining up to crown into King Andrew Berry after 4 good picks. There's a lot, which
is, by the way, only 8 games through these guys' career. I don't want to be the wet blanket on this discussion, but like we're not even. It's not even solidified that the guys you are saying are good are actually that good.
Yeah, I mean, like, is Mason Graham a starter, or is Mason Graham top 5 in his position? Is Quinshon Judkins an elite running back or merely a very good running back? I think Schlesinger's set. I think that dude's just...
I tend to think so too, but like Coach Riz is the most positive person on planet Earth, and all he ever talks about is how Schlesinger just keeps over pursuing all his routes.
Yeah,
he's running past guys.
I was thinking more about Harold Fannin Jr. too. I actually think if you get him a quarterback, I think he's going to be a 1,000-yard receiver. That's how good I think he is. I think we're just scratching the surface.
I think these guys are good, but we also are giving him way too much preemptive credit, and it's just not how we just don't operate this way in the NFL.
Yeah, if you told me right now, hey, Godfather offer, and by the way, I'll say this, I'm where Nick Shook was at 3. That's a nice start.
Oh, Shooky Cookie.
What else you got? Do you have a young defensive back? Do you have a young defensive lineman? Do you have a young offensive lineman? Is there, they've got a cadre of wide receivers that just traded for John Mechie. Does that shake a wide receiver of some repute free?
And aren't there enough people too, though, even within just like the drafting concept, Nick? Aren't there enough people that are looking at just even taking Mason Graham, even if he ends up being great, taking Mason Graham instead of an offensive tackle or a wide receiver in that spot when you need them? There's enough people out there in the football world that'll look at that as a miss.
They are, but just to get back to it, if you told me right now Andrew Berry be making those picks, then I don't trade Myles Garrett. I just can't. I cannot risk, because whatever you get for Myles has to turn into a franchise quarterback. Even if it's the sweetener that got you from the 5th pick to the 1st pick, if one of those picks gets you to the 1st pick and that turns into Matt Ryan or Pat Mahomes or any level of a franchise quarterback, somebody that can consistently be called a top 10 quarterback, then we're aces. But if Andrew Berry's making the rest of the picks, I don't even trust him to make the quarterback pick, to make the trade up to get the quarterback, let alone picking 25th where he took Greg Newsome, or picking 10th where he took Jed Wills over Tristan Wirfs.
I think that's the big hang-up that a lot of fans listening have in the Myles Garrett discussion. It's like, you want to trade him? All right, well, who's making those picks?
216-474-0092. 3 firsts from Philly for Myles Garrett. Charles Robinson says Howie Roseman, the Eagles GM, is hot on the pursuit of Myles Garrett. Is that enough? Is that the Godfather offer that should force the Browns to reconsider not trading Myles Garrett? Quick hits in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
This is Zach Gelb with Honesty Sports Minute. They still have to win one more game and have 2 chances to do so. What the Blue Jays have done since losing an 18-inning World Series Game 3 to go down 2-1 has been damn impressive. Vladdy powered Toronto to victory in Game 4, and then it was followed up by Trey Sanders.
tonight at 7. You can catch the Coach's Show immediately following Afternoon Drive right here on the radio home of the Browns, 92.3 The Fan. Headline sports news every 20 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. From the University Hospital Sports Desk, I'm Meredith Kane.
All day long. All day. All the time.
At work. 923thefan.com and the Odyssey app.
Check it out.
It's the 6 o'clock hour.
Someone step on a duck.
On Afternoon Drive.
Back on Afternoon Drive. 1 hour to go. Nick Wilson, Jonathan Peterlin with you. We've got In Case We Missed It coming up in about 40 minutes. Cash. Love it.
Hate it.
Coming up in 30 minutes. Man, I gotta tell you, that made me laugh really hard. I got 3. Actually, no, I got 4 of you on the same joke.
Yeah.
Which was, who's that plus size artist? He's got a face tattoo, and he's got a bunch of hit songs, and he just lost a bunch of weight.
Oh, yeah, Jelly Roll.
No, thank you, I'm full.
Yeah.
I got each and every one of the people at the station with a joke, and that's why they pay me the aggressively medium bucks. Let's get to quick hits.
You didn't get me.
Oh, you just couldn't think of Jelly Roll. Thank you very much.
That's true. Jake is the one that answered. Is that right? I thought I heard it go down that way.
I know, that's a twofer. I got 2 people at once.
Was that also from the Dad Joke website, or was that an original?
It just happened.
It just happened.
Because
Okay.
I was trying to find Jelly Roll on the on the streamed numbers because he's not in the top 100, and I thought this can't be so. This man is a legend within the Husky community. And so then I was asking Mac, and then he fell for it, and I was like, I like that so much, I'm going to get JP. And then you fell for it, and I like that one even more, so then I had to go get everybody else.
From the latest news and rumors around the sports world,
I guess Mac didn't like it.
to the sound bites you need to hear. It's Quick Hits.
A report last weekend had the Jaguars unlikely to trade second-year wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr., but also had that Jacksonville would listen if a team called about him. Jags head coach Liam Cohen dismissed that report yesterday.
I am very optimistic. You know, we have no plans on moving Brian Thomas Jr. at all. Saw something about that over the weekend. But, I mean, I talked to him for a good amount of time this morning. I got a lot of confidence in him. I really do believe that we can turn the corner and get better in the pass game that way.
Let's play a little game called Why Was That Report Out There and speculate.
All right. If we're going to play that game, I do need to figure out why they would do that, because Trevor Lawrence needs all the help that he can get.
Yeah, this would be aggressively stupid, but James Gladstone is aggressive. I don't know if he's stupid yet, but he is aggressive.
He's aggressive, and he's young. You accuse me of being an ageist from time to time. Am I also? Is there a?
So there's like a sweet spot.
Is there a term for someone that also goes in the other direction with young kids and being like they sometimes make dumb mistakes?
I'm not going to say what I had in mind. That it started with buy something. We're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
It would be the ultimate act of faith in Travis Hunter as a wide receiver. There's 2 reasons why I think he got out there.
Okay.
One is it was to motivate Brian Thomas Jr. because maybe there's some concerns about that, and that's why it came out. 2, they went fishing. I tend to think most times when a name ends up out there, I think it's teams going fishing. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if the Myles Garrett stuff was the Browns going fishing.
I got an
Put it
alternative.
out the ether.
I got an alternative. People want to save Brian Thomas from the disaster that is Jacksonville. They want to save him from Trevor Lawrence. They see a really solid talent, and they just don't believe in Trevor Lawrence. And so it's people that have an affinity for Brian and are just like, yeah, we're gonna put this out there. Let's get this thing going because he deserves better.
It's a little too altruistic for my taste, but
maybe.
I see where you're going.
Maybe, just maybe. Baseball last night, World Series Game 5. Blue Jays have the 3-2 advantage now with a chance to win the World Series at home. Obviously, it's shifted towards Toronto's favor. But something's happening with the LA Dodgers at-bats that are just woefully inept. They're hitting right near the Mendoza line in the series so far. They're just not having good at-bats right now, Nick.
Picking the bad week to have a bad week. It's either that or maybe the Jays got some trash cans. Maybe they're like, listen, we weren't going to cheat, but it's the first time we've been here for 30 years. So maybe that, it could be maybe Ohtani's bookies back in the. His interpreter's back in the. No, I just think the Dodgers are having a bad week. In fairness, the Dodgers were on an all-time offensive roll. Yes, they've got Freddie Freeman. Yes, they've got Mookie Betts. Yes, Pages is good. Yes, Ohtani is having the end-all be-all of seasons. But they were in the upper quartile for even themselves. Offensively, it would make sense that you have just a random bad week.
I was looking up some of the Vegas numbers from before the season. Did you know what the Blue Jays preseason over-under total was for wins?
Oh, it had to be something like 84?
78.5.
What?
Yeah, 78.5 is what Vegas thought that the Blue Jays would win this year. That was the over-under set. So in the upcoming couple years, if they do that to the Guardians the way that they have the past couple years, we can just think about this moment.
What's your confidence the Jays can finish off the job over the next 2 games?
So you said something before the meeting today, something along the ideas of how excited and how happy would you be for the Blue Jays? I take no excitement in watching the Blue Jays do well. There's just something about Toronto and this team that it's not, I like Bieber, I like Jimenez, I don't really care for Miles Straw, I don't really care for Ernie Clement, but there's something about this team I just don't particularly care for. I've been rooting for the Dodgers from game one, and I continue to root for the Dodgers, and I've not been able to place why I don't necessarily, and there's parts of the Blue Jays I like, but I just don't care for this team.
So, you're not just an agent. You've got anti-Canadianism.
I would be an ageist, not an agent. I'm not an agent of anything.
Okay, you're an ageist.
There we go.
And you've got anti-Canadianism.
America's top hat.
Canadianism.
America's top hat. Maybe, I don't know. That might be what it is. How could we have baseball's game go to somebody that isn't in America? I'm not sure. But if it happens, no, it's really just the team. There's something about this team I just don't jive with.
That's a very nice red hat you got over there.
It's not red. It's white.
I bet it is.
We're on YouTube now. You can't even lie to people anymore. Your hat actually has got more red in it than mine does. I have zero red.
Take another big-name receiver off the trade board in the Eagles. A.J. Brown, according to Adam Schefter on Get Up.
They're not going to trade A.J. Brown. Here's the deal. They're trying to repeat as a Super Bowl champion. They're in the business of acquiring talent, not giving it away. And whatever they can get back for A.J. Brown, they can get back in February or March before the draft. They're going to want him here to help this stretch run.
I had a topic on this one, but can I just say for a minute how ESPN's insistence on putting Adam Schefter on Get Up as an analyst instead of a reporter is awful.
I think this is your fault for watching Get Up. I think that's the problem.
That's actually it's called the Nick Wilson bump, and it's all my fault. That was awful. Like, does that guy know how humans talk? That's as condescending as it gets when his job is literally to copy and paste what agents and NFL executives send to him. I don't know ESPN realizes how bad Adam Schefter is in that environment, in that arena. I don't know that they care. That being said, is there any scenario where trading A.J. Brown would make sense for Philly?
Yes, there's scenarios where it makes sense. I don't think they'll do it. Say it with your chest.
Say it with conviction.
I want to talk more about the Schefter stuff. Why would you ever give an opinion if you're paid $10 million to, as you describe, copy and paste?
Why
would you want to give opinions at that point?
Especially if you're not good at giving opinions.
The people that give opinions, like us, all we ever do is take flack for our opinions. Opinions is where you derive controversy, where you get all sorts of hate off of opinions. If you're paid $10 million to just basically tell people what GMs are telling you, why would you ever veer off of that?
That show's taking a weird turn because not only is Schefter just booty stank on that show, when he's, again, with the analyst cap on, not the this is what an NFL team told me to say cap, but the other one is like bussing with the boys. Like they get caught with Taylor Lewan's actually awesome, but they get caught with their pants down for like an opinion at least once a show.
Well, they're podcast hosts is what essentially they are, that got turned into a world that I don't think they were really prepared for.
Like Greenberg literally pointed at Will Compton today and said, "And your opinion?" And he went, "I'm still stuck on the last thing." It's like, that's not what the assignment was there, Bob.
This is on you for watching daytime sports television.
You watch Fox Sports 1. I don't want to hear about it.
What's wrong with Fox Sports 1?
Yeah, it got canceled. Breakfast Ball did because of you.
I didn't watch Breakfast Ball. I didn't.
You boys were on it. You watch Breakfast Ball.
Maybe they'd still be around if you did.
I watch Colin Cowherd and I watch Nick Wright's show, but I haven't put it on in the past week and a half in the studio. The remote's been just jettisoned to your side for some reason, and I don't know why.
This is apparently
it's not your fault. It's just over there. I just haven't gone over and grabbed it. It's been like a week and a half, and I've just refused to go over and grab it.
It took humans, hundreds of years to traverse the Atlantic. That's what this basically is. This gulf.
That's how little my loyalty to Fox Sports 1 is. I refuse to go the 5 steps it takes to even get to the remote to turn the channel.
I actually call this little thing here the Gulf of America.
Now who's wearing the red hat?
I don't know. It's your turn.
Oh. NBA head coach Tyronn Lue allegedly attended Chauncey Billups' rigged poker games.
Okay.
What is that?
No, I was just saying okay.
What voice? What is that?
No, that's how I say okay.
that's not how you just say okay.
It's exactly how I say it. Okay.
Okay. At least you do the hand gestures now.
Okay.
Ty Lue. So Pablo Torre comes out with this whole entire piece today about Ty Lue attending Chauncey Billups' rigged poker games. He unravels everything associated with Ty Lue and the connection here. Ty Lue, I guess, his best friend. He's been on the record of saying his best friend is Chauncey Billups. Oof. Meanwhile, in many areas, I guess Chauncey Billups' best friend is Damon Jones. There's like a weird whose best friend is whose best friend thing going on. But they're all connected basically. And the missing ingredient, which if you're a Clippers fan, don't you just got to think to yourself, how do we get Pablo's show just not being aired anymore? He goes after Kawhi and the Ballmer situation, and now he's going after the head coach. Well, it sounds almost personal against the Clippers at this point, Pablo.
Or it sounds like the Clippers are corrupt as all get out. So I will ask you, do we know if Ty Lue is one of the face cards, so one of the guys used to entice high rollers in,
so
or
that's what his sources say.
Was he the guy that got jobbed in all this?
No, his sources say he was, in fact, one of the quote-unquote face cards. And so, again, there's still a lot of reporting that has to happen and has to come out with this, but that's what they called him. Another face card in attendance was Ty Lue. So he is just as scummy as Chauncey Billups was in this whole ordeal, because from a gambling standpoint, this is about as worst of a crime as you can commit.
Brett Favre is starting his own podcast.
Speaking of committing crimes.
Fourth and Favre, with episode 1 focusing solely on NFL storylines and not welfare fraud or sexually harassing female reporters, cheating on your wife, and not even Wrangler jeans, which I think is the real crime here. You going to tune in?
Wasn't with Wranglers? We just watched so many of those jeans commercials. I just assumed he was I thought he was going to get buried in Wrangler jeans.
I mean, not talking Wranglers, just talking football.
Man, then he did those, they were like socks. Remember those? It was like socks. You put them on your elbows as well, and it was all sorts of heat treatment that he was trying to sell. It was for years.
That's not the only thing he put it on. I'll tell you right now.
He was on all of those. All right. Am I listening to Brett Favre's? No, Brett Favre, I think, is concussed at this point. I think he just lives life concussed, and I'm not really interested in anything he has to say.
Honestly, if I'm CTE right now, I don't want to be associated with Brett Favre. What he's been accused of is so beyond the pale as a human being, scamming the welfare system, and I'll say it again, sexually harassing female reporters. I think I would rather I'd rather exhume bodies of dead celebrities accused of heinous things, of having their own peninsulas or an island or something, and listen to that guy's podcast rather than Brett Favre at this point. I just can't imagine, what are you going for with Brett Favre? What's the
Someone's
point?
throwing him a lot of money. I mean, people still like Brett
it's
Favre.
Mississippi
it's
welfare system. That's what it is.
It's people like Brett Favre. It's just not me. I just don't care about his stories.
Okay. I know what you're saying. This is a fair point. If you still like Brett Favre, show your work. I was good at football 30 years ago. Does not excuse being an abysmal human being. It just doesn't. A great photo on draft night does not stop you from being an all-time first grade, first class ass clown. That felt good.
That is good. I saw him on TikTok the other day. He was signing autographs, and the table
was signing with?
A lot. Sharpies. What do you mean?
I didn't know if he dipped
Easy
something in
now.
ink. I don't know. All
right, we got to end this.
No, I was just thinking. I didn't know. You can sign a lot of things with a lot of things.
A Sharpie. It's an expensive autograph. It's not a cheap autograph.
Well, if you were signing with that, I wouldn't expect you to be.
Brett Favre, really, the story here between the autograph signings and the podcast, and then obviously the welfare problems with Mississippi that he's just robbing them of, clearly he just has some financial problems, doesn't he? Like, is anyone screaming bankrupt more than Brett Favre is right now?
Well, no, it's either that or he just really enjoys taking other people's money.
Yeah, it's always on the table,
let's not set that. Maybe he has more than enough money, but he's like, those people don't need that money as much as I need that money. More on the end-all, be-all offer for Myles Garrett in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan. The Big Dipper is back.
Also, motivating, Manning. When I say insurance, you say financial services. Insurance.
Financial services.
Insurance.
Financial services.
Now, when I say nationwide, you say is both. Nationwide.
Is both.
Nationwide.
Is both.
For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Listen to 92.3 The Fan on the Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn app.
We got some feedback there, JP, on the old Twitter machine.
From what I don't even know. Yeah, like 27 things.
Well, it was about Myles Garrett.
Okay.
And one of the videos that Keith posted at 92.3 The Fan on our Twitter. And it was about if you've got basically us saying if you've got a 30-year-old edge rusher and you're in the midst of a rebuild, you at least have to hear an offer that starts with 3 first-round picks.
Mm-hmm.
And Gene and there was one other person that I can't remember their name said you can't give them to the Eagles because they'll win the next 3 Super Bowls. It's funny, if you're going to trade Myles Garrett, I don't know you should care who's going to give you an astronomical amount of picks to some degree. Like
you don't get to be picky, and on top of it, you're going to send him to a really good team already. That's that's the deal.
Yeah, like is it any worse if you send him to Philly and he wins the next 3 Super Bowls, or if you send him to Buffalo and he wins the next 3 Super Bowls?
Right. Think about the teams we were talking about in the offseason. Philly was one of them. Buffalo was one of them. Detroit was one of them. Green Bay was obviously one of them. These are all really good teams. Like, that's the price. That's why you make these moves when you're at the point of contention.
And now he has a no movement clause.
Yeah.
Which means he gets to control where he goes.
Good point. Like again, I talked to my buddy, my New England friend, and he was like, we're keeping an eye on it. And I'm like, I don't think he wants to go to New England.
He doesn't want to give Mike Vrabel all that credit for his play.
Yeah, it might be part of it, but no, he might like Drake May, but he's not signing up in a hey, if everything breaks right type team. He's going to go to a team that's got a real chance to go to a conference title game.
Would you care? Okay, between the heavyweights, Detroit, Buffalo, Philly, would you care who gave you the 3 first rounders in this scenario?
No, not in the slightest bit. I would root for it to be Buffalo, because I find myself rooting for Josh Allen, and I don't know when this started.
So, okay, independent of this, yes, I actually do want Josh Allen to win a Super Bowl. And not just, I want Buffalo too. Buffalo and Cleveland, we've talked endlessly about the similarities of those two towns, and I want it for those people. They deserve it. And if they win it, it gives me hope that one day we'll be able to win it. I don't know when that day will be. I don't know if it'll be right before the apocalypse.
Wouldn't Detroit fall in that category too from that perspective, or no? I don't have a rooting interest in Detroit the same way, though.
I think the reason why, so yes, so Detroit and Buffalo, if either of those win a Super Bowl, I'd be very happy for them. I would not want to send them in the AFC. If all things are equal and you get multiple 3 first-round offers, I would rather send him to Philly in the NFC than have to play that guy on the regular. And it's not even just that. You're going to be, if you do this right, 2 or 3 years from now, you're going to be competing against Myles for a playoff spot. No, thank you. The only time I'd ever want to see Myles in a hypothetical playoff situation would be if the Browns and the other team are in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that logic. I also think it's just so far away and so far away from reality for us that I just can't even sweat it. Like, if the best offer is from the Bills, let's say, and he's in the AFC, then I think I just have to swallow my pride and just go with it.
Can I tell you, it's not just 3 firsts for me, though.
Okay, so 3 first and?
I mean, I would love, like, if somebody has a nice young offensive lineman, or if you throw in an extra second somewhere in there, an extra third, like 4 picks, 5 picks, and a young player
street
or two.
market value when we asked Albert on Tuesday was 2 first-rounders. I think the growing sentiment across the league, what made this report today so shocking is the idea that there was a team that was going to put 3 first-rounders on it. So, like, you can ask for it. Closed mouths don't get fed, Nick. Ask for everything you want, but I just don't know that you're going to get it.
Well, I think the only thing I would say is if this is their first offer, and that's not saying it is, if this is their first offer, then that means there might be a better offer behind it. Now, the problem is Philly just drafted 2 kids, a center from Boston College and Cameron Williams. Those are their 5th and 6th round picks. It's not exactly like an up-and-coming offensive linemen. They're guys that might turn out, but they're things you should have been doing with your offensive line. So I think trying to find the player on that, I think, is going to be a little tougher.
Have you thought about Jalen Carter and Myles Garrett at some point throughout this conversation?
I would not get in a car with either.
The all bad driver team. Quarterbacked by Dak Prescott.
Brought to you by Progressive Insurance.
It just immediately it's State Farm Field, and we just go from there. Oh,
we're having fun.
Hey, we're having fun.
I think that's what's important. 216.
That was out of pocket. that was a lot.
0092. Would you care if if somebody was willing to get? We're doing all this under the guise of the Charles Robinson comments on the game, where he said the Eagles are in hot pursuit.
They just traded for Rashee Rice.
And that the Eagles might be willing to give up 3 first-rounders and a gently dented Ford Bronco.
I can't even joke about the player that I want to bring on this team now.
What color is that Bronco?
He's got to get out of jail first.
You know what? We're just going to go ahead and we're just going to transition.
He's in a Las Vegas prison right now. I can't do it.
On the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
All right, guys, it's Thursday at 6:30, and it's his job to dig out of this one on the fan hotline. Our good buddy, Cash Lovett. Cash, can't wait to hear what you have to say, buddy.
Hey, I mean, if we're not going to bring up the Raiders or anybody else, I think we just keep on moving with some of this bad driving. Although I think Arch Manning, the long-famed, soon-to-be Cleveland Browns quarterback, just got pulled over for a little bit of speeding to go with it.
All right, they sent him right to Berea. All right, Ravens at Dolphins. What you got there, buddy?
You hate it because it's just such a heavy favorite, but there's nothing Lamar Jackson loves more than performing down in Miami. Every single time they've played him, he has lit it up. He's coming back from injury. When they're in the backfield with him and Derrick Henry, Henry's averaging 5.9 yards. The Dolphins are in absolute shambles, even though we saw them do pretty well on a speedy turf against Atlanta. That is just what graced us with such a low line. We're going to be taking the Ravens -7.5 as Baltimore names their score.
All right, Cash, you mentioned Arch Manning, Texas and Vanderbilt. We don't even know if Arch Manning is going to be playing in this one, so it seems incredibly hard to cap it, so I'll have you do it.
It doesn't, because Texas played Vanderbilt last year. We can go ahead and lean on some of those stats. Pavia had 143 passing yards, 67 rushing yards, 3 TDs, and 2 interceptions. This defense is as good as it was last year's. Vanderbilt's offense is just a lot of smoke and mirrors, and Pavia keeping the ball. Texas has the 4th best defensive stop rate in college football. They're going to be able to go out, keep this a low-scoring affair on the Vanderbilt side, and they're going to show you that the offense was not a facade last week against Mississippi State. Texas -2.5. Get it before it goes back to 3.
All right, Cash. Cal is coming off a speed bump loss to Virginia Tech. And how do they avoid another ditch here playing Virginia at home?
Very, very easily, because Virginia is going to be traveling all the way across the country. Virginia might
Safe
be
travels.
the most fraudulent team. Hopefully, Miles or anyone else isn't going to be flying that plane. It might be going as fast as they want it to, though.
No, we're talking cars, not planes.
Give them enough time, they might be able to. But no, Cal's going to be able to pull off the upset here, as Virginia has all of that late travel. Cal on the money line +170.
All right, Georgia Tech at NC State.
Seriously, he's never had a flight issue. He's the best pilot in America. He's like John Travolta minus the Scientology.
Georgia Tech at NC State, Cash.
Haynes King's getting touted as a Heisman front runner. He's the toughest man in football, according to ESPN, and I'm going to believe a lot of it. He's been fantastic until his body absolutely gives out. NC State lost their starting tight end, who is their number 2 wide receiver on the team. Georgia Tech -5.5. Let him keep rolling and take on the ACC champ in the championship game down the year.
So Rashee Rice at the Bills.
That's it. Rashee Rice is going to be driving this offense. up and down the field.
Hey, there we go.
Yeah, because the offense is going to go real fast.
There we go.
Yep. Speed. Those refs are going to be trying to pull them over. They're going to be going too much up and down the field against the Bills. Chiefs -2.
All right, Cash. Dynamite stuff. Sorry for all of this. We sure appreciate you, buddy.
Thank you, Cash.
A lot of fun.
Drive safe.
Okay.
Put it on the line with Cash Lovett, sponsored by BetMGM and MGM Northfield Park.
So what are you thinking?
Well, I'm trying to come up with more people for our all driving team, and I just say that's all.
Yeah,
no, we're good though. I think we capped out about as much as we could do there.
Also, the Chiefs at the Bills. It's a big win there for Kansas City.
I mean, it's the game of the weekend. It's not even close to like a competition for what game I got my eyes on the most. It does feel weird how after just a couple weeks, everyone is already just dead cat bounced back in return for Patrick Mahomes. He's the MVP favorite. It's not even close right now.
But it's weird. It's like the short amount of time that they weren't good at football. It's like people somehow bought back onto the bandwagon. And that's like watching the Chiefs discourse where we were in the haterade era where you just doubt them consistently until they keep winning. And eventually you just go, bleep it. They're going to keep winning. That did not happen here because they lost for a short bit of time. It's like people got sympathy for them. Like they've learned their lesson about being great. Okay, now they're back.
Well, and then so many people just wrote them off after like 2 weeks, and then all of a sudden now they look good again, and so they have to respond accordingly, right? Like you have to respond in such a way that almost makes people forget that you were even negative about them to begin with.
Also, I think it's telling that when the 5 games that Cash has chosen this weekend are the Ravens at the Dolphins, which should be the Ravens should roll in that one. Vandy at Texas is great, but like Virginia at Cal, Georgia Tech at NC State. Like there's a lot of games this week that are just stay away games, despite actually having some interesting matchups. Like I would stay away from Ohio State, Penn State. I think they should cover, but I don't know.
No, you got to stay away from that one. I think it feels like we got to have a better weekend than we had last weekend. Last weekend of football, I don't know how you felt, but like the Sunday slate, we had so many blowouts in the 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock window. It just
I remember at least one of them.
Yeah, I mean every game in the 1 o'clock window, with the exception of one, was decided by double digits. Like it just all kind of the day kind of sucked, if we're being honest, for football.
Yeah, and I don't think Saturday was much better either.
No, I mean Saturday didn't deliver much at all. There was a couple close games. The Alabama game was close. There's a couple good games that way, but like. We need a better weekend of college football, and then in the NFL, obviously.
It starts with Thursday Night Football, which you're going to hear in just a little bit. How are we feeling about that?
Well, so you said it should be a blowout in your opinion. I thought I saw the line being closer than not when I looked at it earlier. This is the game that it's a get-right game for Lamar, and they're going to win. It's just by how much.
The Ravens are 7.5-point favorites.
Did it get up to 7.5? Okay.
Yeah.
It's kind of being kind.
I just love
all things considered.
I love the total is 51.5.
51.5. Yeah, how about that?
Pound the under, I'd say. It felt good when I said it. I don't know what I mean, but no.
It had a sexual connotation to it. I don't really know what to do with that with the over-under.
You're not going to out-freak this freak, okay? I'm going to stay away from the obvious car jokes there because in case you missed it, in 5 minutes on 92.3 The Fan.
I'm PJ Glasser, host of Send It In, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Game of the week in the
6 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Tune in Thursday nights at 7 to hear from the Browns head coach himself.
You are what your record says you are, so we got to own it. That's where we are, but we're excited about the challenge in front of us. Guys will take a breath this week, but then you got 9 games coming up, 5 of them at our place. We're all in.
The Kevin Stifansky Show, Thursday night at 7.
Your home for Browns football, 92.3 The Fan. Sports Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Final segment of today's show. We do have the Stifansky Show coming up. I bet it's going to be a banger. I mean, I bet you are. This is going to be the Stifansky Show you've been waiting for. Get ready for that. Coming up in about 15 minutes. Of course, Thursday night football tonight. Dolphins, Ravens. I don't know why, but this game just doesn't. And it's not the record, right? I don't know if it's that I think the Ravens are a really good team that just happens to be 2-5, and then I just have no interest in watching the Dolphins the rest of the year. I don't know what it is. I hope this game shows up early, because it could be an early tune-out if it doesn't.
That's what it feels like. It feels like a definite first half watch, and then we see where the third quarter takes us, and it probably will take us to Sleepy Town.
I was going to go Nap Town, but then it's not nap, if you know. Anyways, I want to say big thanks to Nick Shook, NFL.com. Joined us at 3 today. Great stuff on a Miles trade. Great stuff on Shedeur v. Dillon. Some of you have seen some of the clips on 92.3 The Fan's social media accounts and have reacted thusly. Big thanks to Pete Futek at 420. Which family members you'd be okay with, like, helping bury a body and dispose of evidence for. And also,
you never went down your list, by the way.
I've got a lot of people on that list.
How deep does that list go?
I got a big heart. Literally.
Well, it is committing a felony, so it only extends so far.
I didn't do the murder.
How long does that list go?
I mean, it's the 4 people who live in my house.
Yeah, that's a given.
Right? That's a given. That's a given. If
yes.
they kick them out of your house, if not, all three brothers, conditionally my sister. We're kicking Kristen out. No, sorry. My cousin Johnny.
Oh, you got a cousin in there?
Definitely cousin Johnny.
Oh, that's nice.
My cousin Sean for sure. My cousin Glennis. My cousin Veronica.
No cousins for me. Maybe my cousin. No cousins for me.
Yeah, my family's better than yours. And yeah, I think that's tentatively that's where we are now. Oh, but by the way, my boy Jeremy, my boy Dan, my boy Hacksaw. Yeah, my cabin boys.
Hacksaw's going to get you in jail, isn't he?
Well, yeah, because he's so dumb he'd get caught right away.
Hacksaw's definitely you're going to end up in jail with Hacksaw.
He'd get caught while calling me. He'd record himself calling me.
I know, and then it'd be like, you'd get to the spot where you're going to actually bury the body, and he'd be like, guess what? I called the cops and would turn myself in, and you're like, I am already doing this with you. And then you get in trouble. And then you get in trouble going with them, and it's like, geez, Hacks, I got children at home. What are we doing?
I didn't know they were dead. Big thanks again to Cash. Love it!
Hate it!
Joins us every single week, every single Thursday at 6:30. Great stuff there. Let's get to In Case We Missed It.
All right, we're going to start off with a play that actually happened in the Celtics game last night, Celtics-Cavs. As you know, Jaylen Brown has been making a lot of headlines for basically just, I don't even know what.
A lot of hairlines.
What part of his head is actually rubbing off? It feels like a Carlos Boozer thing where he just kind of, did he paint his head? Is that what happens? But the top of his head hits players, and then it rubs off. The black paint is rubbing off onto these players' jerseys. It's become quite the thing, and Drew Carter, the voice of the Celtics, made a joke on the broadcast. Here we go.
Brown, the spin, and the deuce. Good to see Jaylen Brown in transition. You always want to see your star player get some easy baskets. Went flying to the basket like he'll be flying to Turkey at some point this season. Oh, come on.
Are hairline jokes inbounds or out of bounds when it comes to Jaylen Brown?
If you are on the team payroll, they're well out of bounds.
I mean, that's a bold play, is it not?
Yeah.
On the team payroll.
I mean, I've heard Drew is very cocky. Ooh. Dustin used to talk about that all the time. He's a very confident young man. It's the kind of joke I would make, and then get fired.
It definitely is a joke that you would make.
But if I worked for a team, I get fired for that kind of thing. Maybe he's got swagger and it won't happen.
Does he think, like, what is this, his second year now, third year of doing play-by-play for them, that he's got enough cachet built up to make a joke at Jaylen Brown's? If you're Jaylen Brown, are you pissed at this?
In fair, probably. The NBA do. Well, athletes in general can be very sensitive. Here's the thing, though. Why are you spray painting it? Nobody's buying it. I think that's the thing that kills me. Like, I've definitely known of media members that do the old spray paint on the top of the hair, and I'm like, I mean, just get a rug. It looks way more convincing.
Well, I think you spray paint when you're confused about what to do. You're in, like, the early stages, so you don't really know if it's like you're like, oh, do people even notice this is a thing? But everyone notices it.
I'm trying to get some of that Taiwanese fatty acids to put on my head, and in 20 days, I'm just gonna pop out.
He could have just waited. I mean, they're all right there.
Yep.
Taiwanese fatty acids? Is that what it is?
It's too bad that the Taiwanese fatty acids weren't available 3 months ago. He could have gone to Taiwan during the NBA offseason, and he could have just enjoyed all of the many things that you can enjoy in Taiwan, including the fatty acids on your dome.
That is one thing that people like to enjoy there.
Our guy Nelson. Nelson, P1 of the station, very good
man.
gentleman.
Good man.
Sent me a picture of some cookies his wife is baking, and he said he needs some life advice.
Yeah.
As doctors have told him he needs to drop some pounds, but his lovely wife is a phenomenal baker, and she bust out early holiday baking, and they said, should I be mad or start eating some darn cookies? I'm going to go YOLO on this. In my unprofessional advice, have one last go-round.
That's going to turn into 2 last go-rounds. It's going to turn into 3 last go. We're not the show to give you advice to stop eating.
No, clearly.
We like eating.
Yeah, I can stop anytime. I just don't.
I don't think I can at this point. With the amount of candy that I've put into my body in the past 2 weeks.
You're very problematic with your body. I treat mine like it's the finest temple in America.
That is the report on us,
you
too.
Want some pizza there, body? Here's some za. You want some beer? Here's some za. What does baby want? Baby gets it.
Za?
Yeah.
No, baby just wants za.
A lot of za.
Every answer was ba. It was za, oddly enough.
It'd be better if it was ba.
Ba and za.
Yeah.
You're like, do you want cake? No, you get za.
I just like that Nelson's plan here was, I'm going to ask the morbidly obese guy.
He knows the answer is going to be, it's going to be a yes.
We're also team no risky, no bisky. Right? Like, if we were the third base coach, we'd send that son of a gun every time.
We're waving you home.
We are. You know why? Because I don't like to limit people. All right? I grew up in an America where if you wanted to be pre-diabetic, you could be pre-diabetic. And I am pre-diabetic. Twisted the hat backwards.
For emphasis of seriousness on the pre-diabetes?
You never know.
You never know.
You never really know.
Are you actually pre-diabetic? How does that work?
I don't really know.
Okay.
Just an educated guess.
I wasn't sure if the doctor told you this recently.
I got a sleep apnea test, and
you did?
Like, yeah, I finally did.
Wow, you didn't tell me this.
And so it was all you do.
We could be sleep apnea band of brothers.
It's just one of the. You just put it on your finger. You put like a ring on your finger, and then it tells you. They study 2 nights, and they tell you whether you got it.
You're doing the home test.
We did the home test.
Through like Lofta, or did you get it through any insurance or anything?
I honestly can't. No. The insurance and whatnot.
Okay, all right.
And so they haven't gotten the test results back, but they were like, have you ever had any idea that you might have it? And I'm like, yeah, I probably have it. Like, I snort like a freight train. I'm a ginormous human being. At some point, if 2 + 2 doesn't equal 4, I also don't have high blood pressure either. Like, at some point, this is all just very confusing.
It's a game changer. If you do
Diabetes?
end up... No, sleep apnea and getting it treated. I have sleep apnea, as you know, and I would tell everyone, like, this is okay. When you go down this road, if you do in fact have it, you might not have it. If you do in fact have it, we'll have a lot of conversations. I'll give you all sorts of tips and advice.
All right, guys, we got a boogie. Big thanks to Mac Robinson on the board.
Yes.
Big thanks to Jake Murrin. Big thanks to Meredith Kane. Big thanks to Big Chief Matt Corelli. Y'all be good out there with your fine ladies and whatnot. JP, good show.
Had fun. We'll do it tomorrow. From Harry Buffalo.
From the Harry Buffalo in Lakewood. Come on out and see us. You see all of this in real person. Not just on YouTube. In real person. I know. I don't know. My sugar's low. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 2.
Keep it spicy, baby. Let's go.